That's awesome. Good news. Just let me know the cue when you're going live. Okay. It's just been a while minutes I've done this. And man, I'm so pumped for this game tomorrow. Gosh. Wait. I don't know if I can sleep, to be honest. I think that crowd's gonna be jacked up tomorrow. Oh. Oh, here's some more news I want to tell you before you start the stream. Kenny Pickett is not playing. Yep. I don't know if you heard or not.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
All right. It is a beautiful, beautiful day where we're getting ready for that Steelers game. Give me 1 second. I'll zoom properly set up here on there. Zoom. It is flaky sometimes. One momento. There it is. Yeah. There we go. What's up, Lock Poppy? Shout out to you in YouTube chat. How you doing? He says, "Hey, let's go." My man. Before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. In YouTube chat. So, if you are on Facebook, don't forget to check out that Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel as far as videos and live streams, plus the Fantasy Football Keep Pounding League, Yahoo Sports. Fantasy Football League. News and information. Alright. We got my man David in the Zoom chat today. Like I said, you're going to be seeing a lot more of him on these streams, hopefully. In the future. We don't know when, We haven't set up a schedule yet, but we're going to figure something out, man. But what's up, man? Shout out to you.
What's up, man?
Hey, man. Pittsburgh. 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 And I'm going to tell you something. Every one of these games has been going the way I predicted it so far. And we're rolling right into this Pittsburgh game exactly how I predicted it. This roadmap is going perfectly. We're going to the playoffs, y'all.
I was gonna say, all jokes aside, but we might have the better Mike Tomlin.
That's probably true. That's probably true, honestly. We've been hearing all week about are we going to trade rights for Mike Tomlin? Man, let me tell y'all something, man. I didn't take any of that seriously. None of it. You know, here's the thing, man. The only way we're getting Mike Tomlin is if he gets fired from that job in Pittsburgh. That's the only way. I don't see this team trading rights for him or Sean Payton. Either one.
Also, the thing is, we don't really know who Steve Wilkes is yet. He's still new, you know. So.
I mean, it's the first year. You know, we've seen him without a full deck of cards with this team. What can he do with a full deck of cards with this team? That's a major question.
Might get nasty.
Oh, man. I mean, we could all see the future here and where this road is heading. We all know where it's heading. Shout out to Tyler Hales. Hanging out here on Facebook. Big man on the stream. Making it huge. You know, with his content and everything he does on Facebook, man. Shout out to you. Love what you do, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Like I said, all streamers, I support all streamers. No matter what you do. Whether it may be just 2-minute videos, whatever you do, man. You know, why don't you create yourself a YouTube channel, man? You get like 2-minute videos, you know, out there. People will watch that. People's attention spans are really short these days, you know. You can get some views off that. I'm telling you. But that's my free advice. But yeah, the two major questions going into this week are about Sam Darnold and Michael Jordan, the left guard. I posted 2 polls up, and I'm going to tell you guys the results of those thus far. Give me just one moment. I'll tell you what those polls were. Reactions wise. So you got. Now keep in mind, this is during the Steve Wilkes era. That's where we're starting the evaluations from. We're not talking about the Matt Rule era. Those 5 games are out the window. We start our evaluations officially at week 6. From then on, as far as who these players are. Alright? Keep that in mind, y'all. Alright, so I'm going to start with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan took snaps on Sunday against Seattle, making these his first snaps under Steve Wilkes' leadership and under this offensive line. Keeping in mind, we are only evaluating for week 6 and after. Are you more sold on him than you were during Matt Rule's tenure? We had 2 votes. One of them said, no, I'm not sold on him yet. The other one was, I didn't even know he was out there, didn't notice him. And I'm going to be honest with you. That's the more honest answer right there because he was only in for a few plays and nobody really noticed he was even out there. So I do believe that's a fair answer, and that's why I put it on this poll. But nobody is sold on him. 0%. Nobody. So David, I'll go to you. Are you sold on him based on what you saw from week 6 on?
Yes, sir. Steve Wilkes, yes.
We talking about Michael Jordan, my man.
I'm Michael Jordan, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. No. Sorry. No.
I agree with you. He just is not. Yeah. So that leads us to our other question, and this is how they're going to intermingle with each other. In just a minute, you'll see. So we go on to Sam Darnold. So now that Sam has played 2 games under this new offensive line, starting 2 games under this offensive line against it was Denver and Seattle, correct?
Correct.
All right. So those 2 games under Steve Wilkes' leadership, taking into account only after week 5, are you sold on him after that game against Seattle, or do you need to see more? First option is yes, I'm sold. He needs to be one of our 3 quarterbacks for 2023. Second option is no, I'm not sold on him yet. Need to be more to determine if I am or not. Third one is not sold on him at all, and he's not worth spending money on. All right, so
I'm in the middle. Number 2.
Yep, 3 votes came in, and they are not sold on him yet. Need more to determine if they are or not. That's all 3 votes went to that middle one.
Mm.
So, my next question is, what would it take to sell you on Sam Darnold? As one of our quarterbacks for 2023.
Trying to play clean football and no turnovers and protect the ball. And if there's nothing there, throw it away. And if he has a shot to run, let him run.
I feel like he did a lot of that against Seattle, though.
Yeah, he did. I do have a question for you, though.
All right.
Under Steve Wilkes, Sam Darnold's 2-0, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's go back to last season. He was 3-0 under Matt Rule. So let's compare. Did he have a better performance this season or last season?
That's a good question. And you're kind of comparing apples to oranges here because of the offensive line, number 1. Number 2, Matt Rule was holding us back. Number 3, we didn't have the offensive weaponry that we do now.
And also the teams, too. The teams, too. Big difference, too.
Yeah. That, too. That's the 4th thing.
Yeah, much tougher teams under Wilkes, in my opinion.
I completely agree. Some people will say, oh, it's a softer schedule, and we're just taking advantage of the softer schedule. But at the same time, honestly, compare the performance, That's what we're asking people to do. And does that count as wins and losses? Does that count as, statistics? Does that count as how he reacted on the field? Or is it all of that? And to me, it's all of that.
Here's the thing: under Matt Rule, we didn't have a good line,
That's correct.
He won against bad teams. Correct.
That is correct.
Under Wilkes, we have a really good offensive line, better than we've had in years, and he's beaten some good defenses. I ain't going by the records. I'm just saying the defenses.
Correct. Now, what we're not saying is that Denver and Seattle were good teams. We're not saying that at all. What we're saying is he's beaten good defenses. That's the sake of the argument here. That's the point of this argument in this debate. You know, and that's the point I'm trying to make to everybody. Any interim head coach can come in here, except for maybe Matt Rule, and take over a bunch of soft teams and take advantage of a soft schedule. Anybody in the NFL right now could do that. Now, we're trying to talk about Sam Darnold here. We're not trying to talk about what the strengths of the teams. We're not trying to talk about, what their records were. We're trying to talk about how good their defenses were that Sam beat. This is the point of my argument. And the reason I'm asking this question is we need a third quarterback for 2023. Whether it be draftable, whether it be through the free agent carousel, whether it be in our own backyard with Sam Darnold. One of those three options. And right now, I'm favoring Sam.
Me too.
But yet people are saying they're not totally sold on him yet.
The only quarterback I don't... I'm sorry.
And I never said where we were putting him in that depth chart next year. I just said he needs to be one of the three quarterbacks for next year.
As long as we don't get Tom Brady, I'll be happy.
That's a fact. That is a doggone fact. I don't want Tom anywhere near this team. Nowhere near it. In fact, I want a beat down in Tampa. That's what I want.
Yeah, same here.
I want to send a message to Tom that he is done. He has nothing left to play for, and he is done. I got nothing against the Buccaneers. Keep that in mind. But I want to send a message to Tom and put him on that ground and show him he's done. If you can't put up more than 20 points against this defense, you need to retire. Point blank.
Would that be an embarrassing game if we just beat the brakes off of them in Tampa Bay and had like 4 picks and a forced fumble?
If you compare this defense to a normal NFL calendar year, where there's not like crazy upsets going on, this defense would probably rank about 15. I would put it about middle of the pack. But since we have a soft schedule this year and a lot of upsets going on, you could say, okay, top 10 right now. That's a fair statement. Possibly top 5 arguable. Because of how nasty it is. We got a few weaknesses to clean up, which is Keith Taylor and CJ and number 27, Tay Hayes back there, who should have never been on Lockett to begin with. That should have never happened because he barely made the roster to begin with. Just that's for starting argument. Secondly, Lockett was popping off on everybody, even J.C. Horn and Jeremy Chin. So, what do you think he's gonna do to Hayes? Come on, man. That's just not a smart matchup. It's not smart. But, I mean, to be fair, at that point, it was garbage time football. So, it's whatever. Honestly. But that is our biggest weakness on defense right now. We have cleaned up the run stopping. We've cleaned up the coverage over the middle with Shaq. Gradually. We've cleaned up the deep ball. We're not giving that up anymore. So frankly, it's the the zone defense, the nickel defense that's giving up all these chunks of yardage, against big time wide receivers like Lockett last week. So what we need to do is be very, very conscientious of that going into the fourth quarter and try to shut that down on defense. Now, that means getting a little bit more aggressive on pass deflections. That means getting a little bit more aggressive on tighter coverage. Just press a little bit more. Even if that means you got to break a little bit of your coverage to try to stop that first down from happening. On a third and long, let's make that happen. Let's not like we've been doing. Because I think that's very detrimental. And that's what allowed Seattle to get that last touchdown on us last week in the fourth. And we can't have that anymore. So, yeah, getting all of this leads back to Sam Darnold and how he plays. Do you think we can beat Pittsburgh? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I got no doubt in my mind we can beat Pittsburgh. These guys are not breaking 20 points. We got these guys, man. Hook, line, and sinker, we got them. There was a huge debate on who was going to start. 10 minutes. There was a huge debate on who was going to start quarterback for Pittsburgh. And it turns out, I think it is going to be Pickett, isn't it?
Actually, no. He's not playing. He's got a concussion.
Okay. So he's got a concussion. So who's playing?
Honestly, Tomlin has not announced it yet. He's playing games.
Okay, he's playing games. We got Mitch Trubisky. We got Mason Rudolph as our two candidates. Rudolph is a little more dangerous because of his running ability, but Mitch Trubisky is more dangerous as a pocket passer. Those are the two styles we're looking at. So my question here is, are we prepared for both of them? Yes. But overall, our biggest question heading into the rest of this season is about Sam Darnold. Is he the quarterback for 2023 to lock it in? As our third quarterback.
Hey, I have a question for you. I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the last game Sam Darnold played, was he not changing the plays up at the line, or was it just seeing things?
I mean, it's possible. I think he was shifting people around, but I don't know if he was changing plays. That's a good question.
I mean, he looked different though. I don't know, compared to last season. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I felt like he was reading defenses and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if you remember correctly, when he was hurt, all this time he was studying defenses the entire time. Is what I read. That's what I read. So.
And following the social media trends this week, I've noticed people were just like, "Oh, why is he just throwing it away? Why is he just doing? Why are we punting it so much?" It's field position battle, guys. Come on, man. Would you rather take a sack? Honestly, would you rather take the man take a sack? I would rather a field position battle than him take several sacks and look horrible.
That or force a turnover and force a ball where it don't need to be.
Exactly. This is what I don't. I don't understand these people's mindsets when it comes to this stuff. It just boggles my mind in these Facebook groups, man. It really, really does. This is
They
football
don't.
101.
Yeah, they're not like looking at the big picture here, like where he came from and what he came to when he came to the Panthers. He didn't have a line like now. I mean, they're not looking at that at all.
Who's he supposed to throw to? I mean, if you look at the secondaries of Denver and Seattle, they were very, very good. You know, I don't understand why people are like throwing him under the bus for the fact that he is not hitting his receivers when they're covered. You can go back in the film; these guys are not breaking free. So what is he supposed to do? Throw it into tight windows? I mean, he had to force a couple of these in the tight windows, and that just amazed me how he was able to do that.
Yeah, that on the Broncos game, the DJ Moore pass in the back of the end zone was impressive. Even the long ball
Yeah,
he threw in that game.
right. And that one was kind of forced too. He wasn't originally going to have to go with him. He had another target, but he was covered. He saw DJ in the back of the end zone. He said, "Well, let's try it." and to Steve Wilkes' credit, man, this man was aggressive in the red zone. He was aggressive on fourth down. We tried it 2 times on that drive too. I remember that. And I said, okay, if he's that aggressive on fourth down at the right moments, but he's passive on the wrong moments, what does that say about him as a head coach? See, that checks the box, man. That checks a box right there. I mean, we'll get to that Colts collapse in a minute, man. We will. I see you, Python Knight. Shout out to you. We'll get to that in a sec. But Lock Poppy says, could this be a trap game? That's a good question, Lock Poppy. That's a good question right there. Now, my thought is that Seattle was the trap game. But the question following that is, was it a trap for them or was it a trap for us? And we turned it into a trap for Seattle. So that worked out to our favor. And I told y'all we were going to win that game. I predicted that. I didn't say by how much. I said we were going to win it, though. Now, this Pittsburgh game, we should win it by about 10. 10.
I'll be honest, the only thing that concerns me about Pittsburgh is their run stuff and defense. That's it.
Which you saw our rushing game last week.
I understand that, but they got a really strong rushing defense or run stuff and defense. So
I think I forget who it was that actually called our rushing attack a cyclone. I like that. Cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It fits, you guys.
If you notice, Steve Wilkes was using all the running backs, man. I mean, it was awesome. Like he was
the 3-headed cyclone. Woof. I mean, that suits us, man.
And Blackshear is not bad though, man. He's actually coming on a little bit.
Mm-hmm. If Sam can take us to the playoffs, I'll be 100% sold on Sam. But as of now, I'm 50-50, like Poppy says. Okay. Okay, that's a fair statement. If you're just going by the strengths of the teams, that's a fair statement.
But I do give Sam a lot of props for playing a lot better and also going in to Seattle in a hostile environment and winning that game because
Mm-hmm.
they were a 7-5 team. So I give them major props for that.
We have we have beaten two top 10 defenses since Wilkes has taken over. PJ won the first one. Sam won the second one of those defenses that were top 10.
Now here's a good question for you. Who do you think is more accurate, PJ or Darnold? Because I'm really thinking Darnold's more accurate. But what do you think?
That's a excellent question right there.
I know it's a tough
Excellent
question because he
question.
threw that bomb at Hail Mary that was just beautiful in that Falcons game. But
Right. 34 to 18 is pretty good. It's pretty good. Um I think that's a little generous for Sam offensively, but it could be possible, man. It could be. We'll see. See how that goes. We lost David here because of the Zoom chat. He'll be back on in a second. Uh, there he is. Austin Lumen says, or Loman says, keep pounding. Keep pounding, brother.
I don't know what
Shout out
happened. It
to you,
booted me
man.
off.
Welcome
It
on
booted
in.
me off, man. I don't know what happened. I'm back now.
Yeah. Let me make sure you're on screen here, man. Because for some reason it's really weird like that.
Yeah, I got back in there, but I
Yeah.
don't know what happened.
Oh, it's just Zoom chat being Zoom chat. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has a free timer on it, and once it runs out, you just reset it.
I don't know if y'all heard me, but I said 34-17 Carolina. That's what I think.
Yeah, we heard you. I
Okay, I
think
don't know.
that's a good score defensively. I agree with that. Offensively, that might be a little too generous for Sam Darnold. I
Well,
would
they got
say
a weak.
28.
The reason I say that is because they got a weak secondary that we can take advantage of, and
That's true.
I don't know if we're gonna have a lot of rushing yards in this game because their run stopping defense is so strong. That's why I'm saying that score. That's just I don't know.
I feel like
That's just how I feel.
our rushing game will be average, for this game coming up. It won't be spectacular. It won't be terrible. It'll be average because of that run
But here,
defense that they have.
but here's the thing: if we can overcome that
Yeah, and start
running game, that's a different story.
running the clock down. That would
Yeah.
be that would be it for them. That's the beginning of the end for them.
I mean, Foreman's pretty tough. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say what's going to happen. In that aspect of the game, I don't. I mean,
I'm
with
not even
him,
worried about it. I'm not even sweating it. Our run game is built to hit like a freight train. So it'll be average to above average numbers is what you'll see. It won't be last week's numbers, but it'll be average to above average because of that run defense.
you know what? I'm making another prediction. Sam is gonna. I'm not gonna say the touchdown total, but I'm gonna say Sam is gonna throw for 240 yards passing. And that somewhere
204. Yeah.
200.
Yeah.
No, I said 240.
240. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
240 is a fair number. I'll agree with that.
Because their secondary is not that great. So I'm saying that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll agree with that. Anybody in chat agree with that too? How y'all feeling? Give me something, y'all. Show me something about that right there. Austin says, hope we win the rest of our games, make the playoffs, but no matter what, that's my team. Yeah, man, no matter what happens, that's our team. That's right. No matter where we end up, Steve Wilkes will become our next head coach. I am calling it now. I'm saying it now. We're already in talks with the man. It's going to happen, folks, whether you like it or not. And I like it. I don't just like it, I love it.
And the players are in talks with him, too. So
that's right. The players love him. We all love him, dude. There were people in the corporate offices saying good things about this man. On both sides, the NFC and the AFC. I saw that this morning. I was like, yes, sir.
Hey, even Christian McCaffrey gave his props, man.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, man. I don't think we're taking that Lions game, but, hopeful enthusiasm. I hope we do. I hope we do win out, though. I fully encourage this team to go all out and win every game and ball out, man.
If we beat Detroit, man, we might go pretty far. I'm just saying.
I agree with that. The only teams we would be scared of is Dallas and San Fran at that point. And honestly, San Fran's offense has been very, very questionable. So I'm not even scared of San Fran at this point. It's Dallas that is unpredictable right now, and that's the one that bothers me.
But on the bright spot, we do have a really strong defense.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. And that's what's going to carry us.
I don't think we'll get blown out by Dallas. We do play them in the playoffs.
That's right. It's going to be a defensive battle. It's going to be who has the better defense, and it's going to be us. It's going to come down to field position, and we're already training for that. We've been training for that for 3 or 4 weeks now.
It's going to come down either that or the final minutes of the game where somebody's got to score a touchdown. It's going to come down to something like that.
Yeah, man. It really is. It's going to come down to a last-minute field goal. I guarantee it. Dak will put up his usual big bomb passes, though. And he'll attack CJ. He'll attack Keith Taylor over there. I mean, Dak knows what he's doing. He's been in this league for long enough. By then, he'll have had his practice against a few teams now. So, and there's a weird scenario where we play the Eagles, San Fran plays the Lions, and Minnesota plays either Washington or the Giants. So there's a weird scenario where that does happen. And that's the best case scenario for us going forward into the playoffs. That's what we want. Because we want to expose Philadelphia at home. We want San Fran to take out the Lions for us, so they won't be a problem anymore. We would love to see Minnesota take out Washington or the Giants, so there's no surprises from a wild card team. And then Dallas takes out Minnesota. So then it's just Dallas versus us at the end of the day when we beat San Fran. That's what we're looking at, NFC Championship. Now, who wins that game in the NFC Championship? That is anybody's guess once we get in there. All we need is a seat at the table. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. This team can go and run the tables right now. And we don't even have a full deck right now. That's what's terrifying. That's what should terrify NFC teams right now. We're doing this without even a full deck. Just imagine once Wilkes gets his head coaching job and we get a full deck of players. All the way down the depth chart like we did in 14 and 15, man. That's when you should be terrified of this team if you are not a Panthers fan. You should seriously be sweating some bullets. Because we're coming for you, man. If Steve Wilkes gets hired, man, that's all she wrote. We coming for you. And we about to take this NFC by storm. Y'all ain't ready for it. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it way before anybody else does. Y'all see this? This is on VOD now. This is on stream VOD. I am calling it now. And I want my credit down the road, too, for this. And I'm going to get it, too. Believe you me, I'm going to get it. Because this team is a total different 180 team than it was with Matt Rule. Total 180. If people can't see the contrast and difference yet, you're not going to. If you can't see why Steve Wilkes needs to be hired permanently here, you're not going to. Okay? He's done everything. He's checked every box possible. And you can't even do the Rooney Rule anymore. You can't even throw that in anymore. You can't even throw that Arizona nonsense in here anymore. Because he was set up to fail in Arizona. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. And they're just afraid to admit it. But it's true. So you bring in Wilkes, and he's about to become the next black successful head coach in the NFL. He's about to become that. Y'all want diversity? You got it. It ain't just about diversity. It's about success. It's about continuous success. And that's what he's bringing to you. He's already bringing it right now. He's just beating soft teams right now. Give him the weapons and stuff that he needs. Give him an opportunity, and he will run the tables against some tougher teams next year. You watch and see. Now, David, help me out here. What did I tell you what was our schedule for next year, home games? Outside of our division. Because I sent that to you in private chat.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I don't remember, honestly.
It's the Texans, Green Bay, Minnesota, and I'm trying to think who else. There was one other team. And we're supposed to play a NFC East team as well. Probably the Giants. Or the Bears. I would bet on the Bears at this point. Man, I see 7 wins already. The split with the Buccaneers. Sweep of the Falcons, sweep of the Saints. That's 7 wins already if Steve Wilkes gets hired. Permanently. That's 7. That means we only need 3 wins out of the rest of our division to take control of our division. To at least qualify for a wild card. 3 wins.
Yeah, I think next year will be a lot easier. Should be.
Man, I'm telling you. We got 7 wins lined up for next year. Already. Right for the picking. With Steve Wilkes as head coach. Never mind the cap situation. Because we're going to keep most of this defense. We're going to keep most of this offensive line. It's our center, Bozeman, and Foreman that we're mainly concerned about trying to re-sign. Those are the two. And I'm thinking long-term deals for both of them. I don't want to lose either one of these guys. Nope. Especially not Bozeman. We've got Corbett already locked up. We need Bozeman locked up. This dude needs to stay in Carolina. He wants to be here. He wants to stay. I say put him a long-term contract on the list, man. Three years. Throw him a 3-year deal. We'll see about the amount, but, you know, end of the day, 3-year contract. We need this man in Carolina. And we need to show him that we are serious. And we want to long-term commit to this dude. That's David's kid in the background. But
sorry about that.
You good? You good? People got kids, you know. I get that. He's a cute one, you know. He's a future Panther fan, but hey, we need to show commitment to Bozeman. That's got to happen. Now, like I said, Michael Jordan and Sam Darnold are the two questions remaining this season that we got to deal with. Then off-season will present its own problems. We'll have a whole set of problems with the off-season, beginning with the cap. You know, and we'll deal with all that when we get there.
Here's my thing. If our offense catches fire right now, late in the season, I think we're gonna go really far. Like if we start dominating on offense, oh my gosh, it's scary. It's really scary. Like, because we do have weapons, you know. Like if Sam Darnold can prove to the whole world that he is really good, then watch out. That's all I'm saying. Like,
I mean, he's got a big ceiling, but not as big as people think it is. You know.
Oh, I know.
It can go a little higher than what he just showed you against Seattle, but I don't know how much higher. See, that's my question: is how much higher? And we don't really have any tough teams that we can really prove that against. You know what I mean? In the regular season. It would have to be proven against San Francisco's defense or Dallas's defense in the playoffs.
Well, Detroit, that might be one.
Detroit's defense has been bad. It's been horrible all year. They've improved it a little bit, but not enough. Nowhere near enough. You know, so they're riding high on that offense, and if anything happens to any of those offensive players, boom, they're done. You know, and it only takes 2 losses for them to go out. Speaking of teams that have 2 losses to go out, that would be us at this point. Because here's the thing, man. Tampa is about to lose to the Bengals. And it's about to benefit us. Majorly. We beat the Steelers and we're in, basically. That's as far as I'm concerned. Because Tampa and the Saints, the way they played that Monday night game, nobody's scared of either one of these 2 teams, man. Neither one of them. Neither one of them. If you think Tampa is going to somehow turn it around and Tom Brady's going to pull a 180 at this point, nah. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying into that. And I know there's so many people that are just like, oh, never underestimate Tom Brady, never underestimate Tom Brady. But still, look at their offense. They haven't scored more than 20 points all year. except for one game. What makes you think they're going to do that against the Bengals? You know, what makes you think they're going to do that against our defense? There's no way. And they got 4 games left. That's 2 of them right there. That's 2 losses. Tampa's done. We're in. Which puts Atlanta back in the mix. You know, as I said before, Atlanta is the main issue as far as us getting into the playoffs. I've said it 3 weeks ago, and I'm saying it again now. Atlanta's the main issue.
But if we take care of business and win the remaining games, we're good.
Exactly.
We're not gonna worry about.
And as people have pointed out, and I've said it before they even did, the Lions game is a healthy one that we can take as an L if we have to. Keywords, if we have to. But we're going to try our darndest to win that game.
You said they have you just told me I didn't even know this, but the Lions have a weak defense. We have a strong defense. So why are you so worried about the Lions game?
I'm worried about that Lions offense. That's what I'm worried about. Because even with our defense, we're only going to shut them down so far. That leads the question of, can Sam Darnold outscore them? It's not a matter of defense at this point. It's a matter of offense. Can we outscore Detroit? And that's what's going to win that game.
Well, on the bright side, it is a home, and Steve Wilkes is undefeated, so I don't know.
That's true. But if you look at Detroit's history, there's at least 3 or 4 teams that have actually battled Detroit. And, you know, it's really come down to the wire. It's been like 30-some points against each other.
I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, Detroit, they have a problem playing teams on the road.
You're talking about the Seahawks game where it went to 48 to 45 points. You're talking about the Washington Commanders game 36 to 27. You're talking about the Eagles 38 to 26 type score. You know, these guys have been consistently putting up these numbers on offense. They put up 40 against the Jaguars, 34 against the Vikings last week. That's last week.
But what I'm saying is, what I've been reading is they struggle on the road. Detroit does.
That's true. Thus far, they have lost to the Vikings on the road, the Patriots on the road, the Cowboys. They beat the Bears, but I mean that's the Bears. And they beat the Giants too, but again it's the Giants. So, I mean the teams that they lost to were legitimate teams that could be playoff worthy.
I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Yeah, that are in the mix right now for the playoffs on both sides. Even New England, surprisingly, is in the mix. But even as bad as they've been playing this year.
If our defense steps up and we shut down their offense, we have a good shot, right?
We can shut down about 3/4 of their offense. Then it's just a matter of can we outscore them by putting up like more points than they do. So like say they put up like 24 or 28, we gotta top that. You know, that's realistically what we're looking at.
I got you.
And I think we can shut them down to about 24, but they're still gonna burn us a good bit in the secondary because of CJ and Keith and Tay Hayes out there. Without Dante, that's a wide open window for them to throw and burn us with. And I think eventually they will wear Shaq down, coverage-wise, which is a problem too. Because if you look at him on tape, that's still a coverage issue. Even though he has started to really close the gap, it's still an issue when you're talking about a very explosive offense like the Lions. And we're not talking about the Eagles offense. We're talking about the Lions offense. Two totally different things here. And when you're talking about the Eagles offense, they did that against weak defenses. Soft teams, that are struggling this year. But the Lions did it against legitimate opponents. As I said, playoff contenders right now. Most of these teams that they have played thus far are playoff contenders. You're talking Eagles, Commanders, Vikings, Seahawks, Patriots, Cowboys, Dolphins, Bills, Vikings again. All of these teams are playoff contenders. And then you got us week 17. So there you go. They have done this against every single one of these teams so far. This offense is for real in Detroit. You can't deny that. It's legitimate. So, that's what I'm telling you. We got to outscore them when we play the Lions. And that's in week 17. But we're not there yet. We got to take it 1 week at a time. We got to beat the Steelers first. Steelers are first. Let's take it 1 game at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But let's take it 1 game at a time. But I'm just looking at big picture, This is what's inevitably going to happen on our path.
I see what you're saying.
Steve Wilkes can focus on that day-to-day wins, but we can afford to look ahead because, this is a YouTube channel and these are subscribers, you know what I mean? We can afford to do that from the couch.
I know, I'm not looking ahead, I'm just...
Right,
I don't know. I didn't have a lot of confidence right now because we got a better coach and...
Right.
I didn't have that confidence.
So I'm going to go to the chat here. Python Knight says Lions have 2 sets of Cyclones already, currently. Oh, you talking about are you talking about like the running backs Cyclones, like their nickname Cyclones, or are you talking about Iowa Cyclones, like the college players? Because I do know that that's their mascot name, their team name. I'm not a Panthers fan, so I'll nod my head and say yes. Detroit's defense isn't great, but it's still getting us wins. Yeah, man. Your offense is legitimate, though, man. It's crazy legitimate. It's a nasty offense. Personally, I think you'll need to look at tomorrow's game versus the Jets to compare the Lions and Panthers game. That's a good idea. That's a very, very good idea. And I wish we could watch that game after our game, to kind of get an idea of how the Lions stack up against the Jets defense. That would be very fascinating to watch and scout. You got a very good point, Python. Jags are even playoff contenders currently, oddly enough. Yeah, it's a weird year, man. Even the Raiders are in that mix right now. Yes, the Raiders. Even after a really crazy year, they're still in the mix. So, it's weird, man.
Well, I'm going to say, Panther fans, just keep pounding, man. I'm going to jump off here, man. I need to get me some sleep. So,
I hear you, man. Thank you for coming on, David. Appreciate you.
No
Hopefully
problem.
we'll be seeing more of this man right here.
I'm not trying to cut it short. I'm just tired. I gotta get some sleep.
I hear you, man. Long day of work. You know how it is.
I appreciate having me on my show. So I appreciate everything, and keep pounding.
Absolutely, brother. Keep pounding to
All right,
you as well. You have a
all
good
right.
night.
Bye, you too. Later.
Mm-hmm. A good night to the little one too. All right, so we're gonna keep rolling through this content. Obviously, we're gonna go through Pittsburgh's team. We did that already in the preseason, but we're gonna do it again because it's a little different now in the regular season than it was in preseason. So, um, but let me finish up these YouTube comments here. Let me catch up. If you stream late tomorrow night, I'll let you know how it goes. Alright, man. What time does that game start? What time does that Jets and Lions game start? Because we might track that game during the stream. That's a 1 p.m. game. Okay. That's a 1 p.m. game. Alright, so we'll be tracking that score during the watch party. We'll keep an eye on that. And we'll talk a little bit about it in post-game stream, to kind of give people an idea of how strong that Lions offense is. You know, um, just so everybody knows. And then once we get to week 17, we'll fully explore the entire Lions team and who they are. Because I want people to get an idea who these teams are, not just what their players are on their roster, who they are, as a team. You paint the whole picture when you do that. So, if we win tomorrow and the Bucks lose, we will be first in the division and the Bucks play the Bengals. That is a fact. Bengals are going to blow out the Bucks. Y'all watch and see what I'm telling you. The Bucks cannot score more than 20 points. The Bengals might actually just shut them down to 10 at this point. That Bengals defense is for real. And I would not want to be the Buccaneers during that game. Nope. Andy Dalton, you can pass rush that man to death, and he just stands there like a statue. It just throws a dart, man. Very few times have I seen a quarterback that is that resilient in a pocket, to where he is not scared of the pass rush, not scared of anything. And he'll just stand there and just throw darts to his receivers. And it won't matter what you do pass rushing wise to try to stop him. It's amazing, really. And credit to whoever's working with him. Yeah, the Saints Andy Dalton. I am talking about him because it's relevant. We're playing the Saints later on. I am playing the Saints later on our schedule later on. So we got Andy Dalton. Dude, the dude's resilient as heck. You're talking about quarterbacks on our schedule still. That's the most resilient one. And now, the reason I went to Andy Dalton immediately is because of the connection with the Bengals prior to where he ended up with New Orleans. That's the connection I'm trying to make with y'all. See, I know where these guys come from. Don't try to act like you don't know. Don't try to act like you don't know what Andy Dalton did with the Bengals. Let's not even go there. Because, look, man, the Bengals were such a trash team at the time. They really were. Nobody denies that. Watch Tom pull another rabbit out of the hat. Man, I hope not. God, I hope not. He ain't gonna do it against the Bengals. There's no way. The Bengals are too strong now for him to pull that off. Not when he's only getting 20 points a game and he's struggling to even barely make that. Nah. Now, I'm not saying the Bucs don't have a pretty good defense. It's pretty solid. But, you know, at the end of the day, Bengals will pull ahead and they'll get 21 to 27 points on them. It won't be close. Probably 21 or 27 to 10. Something like that. Along those lines. You know, we've seen this movie before from both of these teams. We know who they are. So we know we got first place locked up coming this week, man. If we beat the Steelers, all we got to do is take care of business. That's all we got to do. And I believe this team will do it. This is not the same team that just rolls over and falls into the trap. Falls into the rabbit trap. You know, we don't do that no more. Not under Wilkes. We just proved that last week. So, and after we get done with this Pittsburgh game, then I'm going to feel great. Because we got 2 games left, and you know exactly what's about to happen. You know exactly what's about to happen. Our defense is going to shut down both of these teams. Now, I will say this. Tom Brady will find those holes against week 5 at the very beginning of Steve Wilkes' tenure here as an interim. That's when JC really turned up the heat and started playing like he has been his whole career and up to his potential. And let me tell you something, man. Andy Dalton will not test him. Tom Brady will not test him. You know, even Goff will think twice about testing him. Even Goff will think twice. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. J.C. Horn is that good, y'all. And I'm not overhyping this man either. I'm saying he's literally that good. We got the next Josh Norman on our hands right now. Now the question is this man going to demand the bank when we try to re-sign him? Like Josh Norman's agent did, who got in Josh's ear? Or are we going to get a fair contract out of JC where he stays in Carolina and helps us win a lot more games? Did we learn our lesson from last time? You know? Did we? I mean, that's a major question we're going to have to answer down the road. We don't have to answer that right now, but we will later on. But I'm telling you, for the last 4 games of this year, no, not a single one of these 4 quarterbacks will want to test J.C. Horn. Because they know how good he is. They know. I mean, you could just look at his numbers and tell how good this dude is. You don't even have to watch him on tape. You already know. He just got a pick last week. And he caught that onside kick, too. So the man's got hands, too. Surprise, surprise. We already knew that. Tell us something we don't know. Tell us something we don't know about this dude, man. For real, though. There's very few things that could surprise me about this team this week, man. That you could tell me that I don't already know about our Panthers. Very few things. Very few things. For real. And, man, it would not matter to me if the Steelers started Mitch Trubisky or Mason Rudolph. It would not matter to me because I know Spider-Birds is going to do what he does. Frankie Louvu is going to do what he does. You know, and we ain't going to have to worry about either one of these guys. Neither one of them scare me right now. Not a single bit. Do you see me shaking? Nope. Do you see any fear in me right now? No. And that's what I'm trying to say to people, man. Be wary of that Lions offense, though. That's the only thing that should bother you going forward. The only thing. Even Dallas, to a degree, doesn't scare me at this point. You know, it's just right now that kind of concerns me, that's all. But you know what? We're going to take care of business like we always do. That's who we are. We have an identity now. We have an identity. We know who we are. We don't have to question it anymore. Under Wilkes, we know what this team is and what we're capable of. You know, that's what's going to carry us to the playoffs. To and through the playoffs. Alright, so obviously Zoom chat is open if you guys want to come into the stream and talk and voice your opinions, please do. Like I said, I pin it in the chats every stream. If you want to talk on Facebook, just request to join on Facebook. You know how to do that. So, but we're going to get into this depth chart. So let's do this. Let's take a look. If you're on YouTube, take a look at your screen. You will see George Pickens. And Deontay Johnson are your main threats for the Pittsburgh wide receiver core. Obviously, you got Najee Harris going out for passes. You've got Pat going out for passes as well. But, I mean, honestly, this offense isn't very impressive. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that guy's name at right tackle. Chukwuma? I don't even know. But yeah, most people will recognize Najee Harris there. That's a popular name at running back. Beyond that, nobody really knows who these offensive players are. And it's not real impressive. So, I mean, let's learn about George Pickens real quick. First of all, let's check that injury report. Let's see who's on it for Pittsburgh. Then we'll we'll see what we want to do here. Deontay Johnson with a hip injury did not practice on Thursday. No designation on Wednesday. Limited practice on Friday. We probably won't see him. Offensively, we're still looking at Cameron Hayward, nose tackle. That's defensive. Okay, so let's focus it back. Excuse me. On offense, Kenny Pickett with a concussion, limited practice all week and out officially. So that is your offensive injuries. So then going back to the depth chart, we will see George Pickens. We will see Boykin probably get involved. Most likely we will see Steven Sims and Gunner get involved. And a lot of passes go to Jalen Warren, probably, on some screen plays. So look for a lot of screens to Jalen and towards Steven Sims, most likely. George Pickens will be your deep ball guy, I think. 6'3", 200 pounds from Georgia. 40 receptions, 590 yards, 14 points. Average, 2 touchdowns. Yeah, see, this is your situational deep ball guy right here. Because if you look at the longest plays made, you're looking at a 42-yarder against the Ravens, 35 against the Colts, 33 against the Bengals, a 30-yarder against the Dolphins, 36 against the Browns, 27-yarder against the Jets, and a 29-yarder against the Bills are the highlights so far this year. So this is AC Horn on him. George Pickens. Most likely because we're trying to take away the deep ball. Steven Sims, let's take a look at him. 5'10", 176. Kind of a small guy. 9 receptions, 53 yards. More of a slot guy, really. 5.89 average. But he will push for extra yards when you need him to. So, you're not seeing any touchdowns this year from him. But the numbers do reflect what I'm saying, though, with the Washington Commanders. Where you got a total of 5 touchdowns in 2 years. See, he will push the sticks, but he's not going to get you really that many touchdowns. So, all right. Next guy we're talking about is we're talking about Boykin. So Boykin is a 6'4", 220 guy from Notre Dame, 4 years in the league, 1 catch, 11 yards. Not a big deal. Wasn't really that impactful. He did get 7 touchdowns over his career. 3 and 4 split between the Ravens' first 2 years. As far as those touchdowns are concerned, but not really overall used that much. So we're going to kind of ignore him for now. Probably come back to him later. And I think there was something online somewhere where they were talking about Mitch Trubisky was going to start. I think I did see that. So, that being said, Deontay Johnson, just in case this dude does play, let's break him down. 5'10", 183, 4 years in the league from Toledo. 67 reception yards for 647 yards total. 9.66 average, no touchdowns. So most of these are just like 4, 5, 6 yard catches, which total up. You know, big time catches, but they total up. So, no touchdowns though. Once you get into the red zone, this man hasn't done anything. Imagine that. And that's something. So, if we're in those situations, cover the man, absolutely, because we don't want him to add to that and become better because of it. So don't get lazy. But I'm just saying, put one-on-one. You know? That's not really our concern. But down the stretch, that's when he becomes a problem. Because that can make a difference when you're talking about like 2-minute drills, trying to get their team into field goal range within a minute or something like that situation. That could make a difference. And Mitch Trubisky can get this ball to him a few times. So, I mean, be aware of that. You know, don't let him out of your sight. You can cover the man. But don't get lazy with it. You know what I mean? Don't get lackadaisical. Just because you see some of these numbers, don't get lackadaisical. You know, follow what you see on film if you're a player. You know, and that should guide you as far as what this man is capable of doing, what he's not capable of doing. So, some of these guys, the tapes are more conclusive about their skills than the numbers are. And I do believe that Johnson is one of those guys. So, I'm going to say watch out for him as far as like 10, 15 yard passes. We want to watch very closely when we're in nickel and dime defenses, because that could be harmful to us. I think it was last year. Did he get drafted last year, or was it the year before? Oh no, 5 years ago. Okay, Okafor's been around. Western Michigan. Huh. Alright, 6'6", 320-pound guy right here. Big, husky offensive lineman. That's right. He's been around, man. I remember that now. So, Pittsburgh's mainly had him. But, I mean, realistically, when it came to free agency time, a couple of teams actually did give him a call. You know, to see if he was going to be available for the free agency pool. But the Steelers re-signed him. So, I mean, just, that's not going to be your weakness on that offensive line. No. He is far too strong for that. The weakness on this offensive line could be Mason Cole or James Daniels, possibly. So if we could push that side, maybe, because I'm not really impressed by what I'm seeing in that depth chart for the offensive linemen that they have. So, I mean, press that a little bit harder. And let's see if we can get something. Yeah, these all look like big, strong, tough guys on the field, but their footwork and technique, that's where, the Steelers have been a little bit lax on that lately. And it could lead to some problems if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm just saying, with our pass rush and our D-line being what it is, we don't have a top 10 D-line, but, it's improving. It is improving. But, that's what we're going to be doing with there. And with Mason Rudolph, you would be preparing for run plays with the quarterback. Not anything we haven't been able to handle with Mariota and Russell Wilson. Come on. Alright, so defensively, how Pittsburgh stacks up. You got J.J. Watt leading the charge, of course. You got Cameron Hayward at defensive tackle. And do keep in mind, this is the Steelers defense that originally, when I first started watching real NFL football and really getting into the sport, it was an absolute pleasure. And I mean a pleasure to watch Troy Polamalu do what he does. Because Troy Polamalu is the reason that 3 of these NFL rules exist right now, because he hit that freaking hard. And it's not a joke. This dude hit that hard, and that viciously, that there are 3 NFL rules dedicated to him specifically. That really set the tone for Steelers defensive players from then on. And the fact that he was within 5 yards of the ball every single play. Every snap. Which absolutely astounded me. That any safety could be that fast. To where he could get within that range of the ball. And just go all the way across the field to do it. Was absolutely incredible to me. I've never seen a safety that could do that since. And it revolutionized how a safety position was played. So I do want to respect the Steelers for that right there. Their ability to get players like Troy and TJ Watt here, and Cameron Hayward. I mean, these guys are tough, man. These guys are tough monster men back out here, man. And Montavious Adams is another one. I mean, these guys are... I give Mike Tomlin his due, man. He actually knows how to get these tough guys on this roster. And some of these players have been nasty under Tomlin. He knows how to get the most out of them. Just like Wilkes knows how to get the most out of our defense. So, this is going to be a very, very interesting defensive battle. It's going to come down to field position battles. It's going to come down to a bunch of punts. And don't be angry if you don't see points on the board right away for the first half. It's going to be small. Because these defenses are going to be fresh. Now, when you go into the third quarter, halfway through the third quarter, that's when these players start to get tired and start making mistakes on defense. One of the sides is going to do it. The other one is going to be stout. Which one is going to be which? Depends on how we prepare throughout the week. And according to Steve Wilkes and what he said in his last press conference on Friday, he says he likes the practice that we just had. He thinks we're ready. That's reading in between the lines. He thinks we're ready. That speaks volumes about the confidence level we should have going into this game. Should speak absolute volumes. So, keeping that in mind, that tradition continues with TJ Watt. And the dude's an absolute animal. We got to be very careful about him. Judging by what he's done so far, you're looking at 14 solo tackles, 2.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble, and 2 picks already. Yeah, I mean, we're getting towards that last part of the season where those numbers should be a little higher than that for TJ. But, granted, I don't know if he's had an injury this year or not, because I thought he'd been healthy all year. But 6'4", 252 from Wisconsin. 2 pass deflections against the Bengals. Plus an interception. My goodness. Alright, so... and against the Bengals in the first week as well. Same numbers. You would think that the Bengals really made this dude turn up. I don't know what it is about Cincinnati. Maybe it's the fact that they're division rivals. Who knows? But whatever it was this year, it made this man turn up. So, I'll just say it, be aware. He's a little lacking in the pass deflections department right now. Normally he's sitting at about 7 or 8. He's about halfway there right now, so I would try to keep that ball away from him a little bit and, try to get that ball up in the air a little bit more. Let's see if we can get that over the top of JJ's hands. And the fact that Taylor Moton is sitting on that side of the line, and has had trouble keeping the hands from the defender's hands from getting up in the air to knock down a pass, is a little concerning to this point. I don't know, because Taylor's allowed a couple of sacks as of recently too. And I'm not trying to say that Taylor is a bad player. What I'm trying to say is that maybe we overhyped him just a little bit. Not a lot, but just a little bit. He's not everybody's, Superman on this offensive line. That became Bozeman's job. Alright. Keeping that in mind, let's look at Cameron Hayward. Cameron Hayward is a 6'5", 295-pound guy from Ohio State. 12 years in the league. He has a pair of pass deflections so far. 2 sacks. Actually, excuse me, 4 sacks. And a few solo tackles per game. He also had a forced fumble against the Bills, which is impressive enough as it is. But yeah, he's been with the Steelers since the beginning. 44 pass deflections, 73 sacks total in that amount of time. Who else do we want to talk about? Martavius Adams, right? Let's talk about Martavius Adams. Adams is a 6'4", 304-pound defensive tackle from Auburn, who, wouldn't you know it, came out of Auburn about a year after Cam did. So, this is a year after Cam's draft class. And he was probably part of that winning Auburn national championship team as well. So, thus far this season, he's only had one pass deflection. Now, that's not to say you can't get one. That's just to say he only has one so far. 6 pass deflections in his tenure out there in Green Bay, the Saints, and the Steelers. And he got a sack and a half in 18. Yes, he had a forced fumble in the 2018 season with the Packers. So, What else do we want to look at? Solo tackles versus total tackles, 79. Anything we really want to focus on besides that? Nope. Alright, cool. Cool. So let's look at that injury report for Steelers. Now let's see what we got on the list for defensive. Cameron Sutton with a neck. Full practice on Thursday and Friday, so he will go probably. Alright, Miles Jack, linebacker, groin injury. Did not practice for Wednesday and Thursday. Limited on Friday. Questionable. I don't know, man. We might see Miles Jack. We might not. Oh, and I missed Pat, the tight end with a foot injury. Did not participate Wednesday or Thursday. Limited on Friday. That probably means we're not seeing. Sorry, I'm kind of fading now. I'm trying to stay with it. Tonight. Been a long week. We got Larry with a toe injury. Did not practice Wednesday or Thursday. Full practice on Friday, though. We'll probably see him. Josh Jackson with a corner. Corner with an ankle injury. We mentioned him already. Nose tackle, Cameron Hayward. We were just talking about him. Coach's decision, resting the player. Did not participate on Thursday. Full practice on Friday. We might see it, or we might not. Strong chance we might. Alright, so what does our injury report look like? Here's the major question. Brandon Smith went on IR as of today. We just got word about that today. And that's bad because he's one of our primary run stoppers. Joel, the linebacker with a shoulder injury, limited. Full practice. And we'll probably see Joel. You know, if things go smoothly, we won't need to. Corey Littleton, ankle injury, limited. Wednesday and Thursday, full practice on Friday. No designation, probably questionable. Now, Laviska, shoulder injury, still battling it, limited all week, questionable. Xavier Woods, ankle, limited practice, Wednesday, Thursday, full practice Friday, questionable. Will we see Woods? Yes. I believe we will. Damian Wilson did not practice on Friday. Not injury related, personal. Alright, so he'll be back. Now, we cycle back to DJ Moore with an ankle injury. Full practice Wednesday and Thursday. Limited on Friday. Questionable. We shall see DJ Moore back on the field again. So realistically, the ones that really should concern us is Brandon Smith being on the IR. DJ Moore coming back. Littleton, because again, running back run defense. Offensively, you should worry about Laviska. Excuse me. Laviska being one of our main primary sources of offense. You know, if he doesn't come back, then we got to rely on Shi Smith. And obviously, last but not least, Mr. Damian Wilson, who hasn't really done much. Imagine that. But we need Woods, though. Woods needs to be out there. So, frankly, it's an interesting lineup of players that are on this injury report. But I think we should be alright. We should be just fine. We're pushing through. We'll be alright. Not even worried about it. You know, y'all, we got this, man. We got this against Pittsburgh. JC is so good, man. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Lock Poppy. We should have nothing to worry about. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, these are the predictions I'm calling this week. The Falcons beat the Saints. We beat the Steelers. Bills beat the Dolphins, which probably happened. We got to double check that. Let's find out. Let's find out how that game ended up. And yes, Buffalo did beat the Dolphins in a close one. Cleveland beat Baltimore in the dog pound. Sounds about right. But how about that Colts blown lead? Yikes. Let's talk about that now. Because now's the time to talk about that. Because it doesn't directly relate to our Panthers at the moment. But a 39-36 lead after you had a 32-0 lead? Really? Really, Indianapolis? Really? People want to blame the quarterback, Matt Ryan, for blowing the lead. No. You can't blame him totally for blowing that lead. That's the defense. The defense let y'all have that. San Fran beats Seattle. Exactly as I expected them to. Now here's what would have happened. You know, if Seattle had won that game, it would not have affected the 49ers at all. It would have put Seattle in the mix. But see, they're not in the mix. And these are how I see these games going down. We've already got the Seahawks losing to the Niners. We've got the Vikings winning, Browns winning, Bills winning. My predictions begin with the Falcons winning, us winning against the Steelers. Philly wins, the Chiefs win, Dallas, Lions, Broncos, Patriots, Chargers, Bengals, of course, Washington, and then the Rams. So, this Washington and Giants game has a little bit to do with seeding. Alright, so let's fast forward into week 16, right? We got 3 more weeks after this. Let's say the Jets win against the Jags. Fair enough, right? Baltimore beats the Falcons. We lose to the Lions. Yep, we lost first place, but sit tight. We about to get it back. Bears win. Okay, so next one would be the Chiefs over the Saints. Obviously, the Saints have shown they're a weaker team than we thought they were, knocking them out of the race. Cleveland just showed us tonight who they are. Alright, so moving on, we got the Chiefs over the Seahawks. You got the Vikings over the Giants. You got the Bengals over the Pats. Titans over the Texans. Washington over Seattle. San Fran over Washington. But imagine if Washington won this game. Things will start to get a little more interesting, right? And let's say Dallas wins this game against Philly, which is probably going to happen. Raiders over the Steelers. Dolphins over the Packers. Broncos over the Rams. Bucks. And Chargers over the Colts. That's essentially what you're looking at. Looking ahead. Now, so week 17. That's your key one right there. Cowboys. Cardinals in a surprise win there. Baltimore. Lions. Then you got the Jags. Then you got the Chiefs. Dolphins. Giants. Come on. These are obvious picks. Eagles over the Saints. We beat the Bucks. We're back and forth first place again. And how about the Browns beating Washington in a surprise win? San Fran beats the Raiders. Jets beat the Seahawks. Vikes beat the Green Bay Packers. Chargers over Rams. Then it comes down to the Bills and the Bengals for top seed in the AFC and a major playoff picture change over here. Whew. Alright. I apologize for fading a little bit. Like I said, I'm tired. I'm trying to hang in there. I haven't had much sleep, so bear with me, y'all. So that's what we're looking at week 16. Now, 17, we beat the Saints. We're locked in. We got the division by a game, ladies and gentlemen. Even if the Bucks won, we still own first place because we beat the Bucks. But we're hoping for a Falcons win there, which would be a tie for second place, Tampa and Atlanta. Bills. Now, keeping that in mind, you got Bengals, Lions, Colts over the Texans, Tennessee Titans. Let's say Denver. Let's see the Dolphins win that game. Sure. Let's see. Pittsburgh and the Browns. Got to go the Browns. Cowboys. Bengals. Chiefs over the Raiders. Niners over the Cards. And obviously the Seahawks. That is your picture right there. Now, if the Eagles win, we're dealing with Dallas. First round. Which is an early playoff exit. So, we want the Giants to win that big game matchup in Week 18. That's what we're looking at, folks. This is our path forward, ladies and gents. This is our best case scenario situation. What you're seeing on your screen right now on YouTube here is our best case scenario situation with all of these picks happening. Now let me tell you why this Giants upset over the Eagles is possible. Keep in mind that players are subbed out on the last week to protect them from suffering injuries going into the playoffs and resting their players. The Eagles will have a playoff spot whether they win this game or not. It's just a matter of seeding. Either first seed or fifth. So frankly, the Eagles are playing for field goal, home field advantage. But, they're also playing not to end up playing us first round, which will embarrass them first round. That'll be a easy win. Now, this is what I'm trying to tell you right here. This matchup right here. Detroit and San Fran, first week. San Fran will win, knock out the Lions. That defense is better than the Lions' offense, but not by much. It's tight, man. It's real tight. Vikings will knock off the Giants. We won't have to deal with them. So it'll be Dallas versus Minnesota. Divisional round. And Dallas will win. This is how that NFC picture is looking right now. I'm not even worried about the AFC right now. We'll worry about the AFC later. Right now, we're only concerned about the NFC because this is what we need to focus on. This is our path forward right now. Lock Poppy says, imagine if we beat Dallas and won. Man. As they say, to the victor goes the spoils. You know? That's the same way I feel about this Lions game coming up in the regular season. To the victor goes the spoils. You know? And it's big spoils because we would control the Lions' destiny going into the playoffs as far as seeding goes. See how that makes a difference. They end up in 7th seed. So if we win that game, let's say we win that game against the Lions and we win out. What then happens when the Jets lose to the Lions lose to the Jets? They're out. What a sweet situation that is, where you got Washington and the Giants in here. So, I don't think that'll happen. I think it'll be the Lions game. I think it will. But, who knows? Could go either way. It's a seesaw battle there. You know, bottom line. We're beating the Steelers. Point blank. We are. Tampa will lose to the Bengals. We will take first place in Week 15. That's a fact. That is an absolute fact, folks. Alright, so. And as I thought, Buffalo is better than the Miami Dolphins, but not by much. We don't have a strong wild card contention, though. You know, that's the thing. We got to win the division out, which we will do. If we end up playing for a wild card spot, we don't have a spot to get. You know, all of these teams are tough, man. So it all depends really on this Pittsburgh game, where we end up, whether we stay in first for good, or whether we just sit there and hope for help in Week 18 from either the Saints or the Bucks. One of the two. So, frankly, it's going to be tough, man. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be tough. If we can get a solid third quarterback option from Sam Darnold for 2023, which we'll know that we got it, you know, because he'll start balling out in the next 3 games. We'll know. Okay. First goal is Steve Wilkes. Second goal, make sure that Sam Darnold is our third quarterback option for next year. If he isn't, go after somebody else. You know. And thirdly, are we sold on Michael Jordan? Those are the 3 things that every Panther fan should be looking at right now and thinking, okay, can we answer any of these 3 questions, this coming week against Pittsburgh? Maybe. I mean, you could put Michael Jordan in for a few plays and hope that he pans out. Like Cameron Irving. But Cameron Irving committed a lot of penalties, though. And he still hasn't learned his lessons. So, gotta clean that up, bud. I like you as a player, but you gotta clean that up, bro. So, being that as it is, like Steve Wilkes said, it all starts up front. It all starts up front, on the lines. And finally, we've got a head coach that says that exact statement right there. That's what I've been waiting for in Carolina. For 7 years, that's what we've been waiting for. Finally, somebody understands that you cannot build a franchise by just putting a quarterback behind a bad line every single year. Otherwise, you're going to get the same results as you got in the last 5 years. The same exact result. And people to this day still call me crazy for saying that. They still laugh at my opinion for saying that. Look at who we're beating right now. We're putting up good offensive lines, good defensive pass rush, and we're winning the game. So, I mean, it's not always win or loss. It's who we are. Philosophy-wise. The O-line is strong. The D-line is strong. And with that comes a stronger linebacker crew, especially when it's coached by Luke Kuechly, every once in a blue moon. Which I would love to see Luke end up on those sidelines. Would be amazing. The strong offensive and defensive line leads to better offensive play in all areas. Quarterback play, running back play, wide receiver play, the whole 9 yards. Good D-line play results in less problems with the linebackers, less problems with the corners, less problems with the safeties, allowing the safeties to do their jobs. Imagine that. We sat through 7 years of Panthers absolute circus where these guys were not allowed to do what they were supposed to do. Or tried to, and they just were not enough. So, question being, Sam, Michael Jordan, and do we feel like we can win out from here on out? Sam, Michael Jordan, and an issue at corner. Those are the only 3 things we need to focus on going into the last 4 games. Can we get these problems settled? Can we find answers to those questions? And I don't know that anybody really has enough information to be able to answer all three of them right now. Like, people are starting to come around on Sam Darnold last week. So, I mean, that's, we could probably answer that one. Michael Jordan, we pretty much answered that question at this point. He's been garbage. We need a new left guard. Not all of these guys are going to be hits. There's going to be a lot of misses too. It's just how the draft goes when it comes to picking linemen. If you can find ones that play your certain style, and you, by all means, build around them. That's what we had to do with Bozeman and Corbett. We had to build around these guys. They're Super Bowl winners. This is what we're dealing with, man. Going forward. The off-season issues will be the off-season issues. We'll deal with those when they come. But right now, those are the issues we are dealing with currently that we have to find answers to. So realistically, the only question we're asking is Sam. At this point, that's the only question, and people are going to debate that for weeks on end. I can guarantee that. All right, so why hasn't Steve Wilkes gotten signed permanently yet? I have a theory. Perhaps since the only box we have not checked off as far as knowledge-wise, as far as like who Steve Wilkes is as a head coach is, how does he draft? You don't immediately have to sign the man yet. But how did he draft? That's what people are going to ask. That truly care about the draft and how it's set up. They're going to ask that question. And if you can answer that with Steve Wilkes drafted very well with Scott Fitterer, then we're in great shape. I see no reason not to hire the man on the spot. Just set that contract up. Where's the pen and paper? Let's make it happen, baby. Love to see it. Excuse me. Another topic I wanted to discuss was buying and selling tickets. I set up a separate Discord for that right there. You can do that on the Discord server. The link to that is on the page officially. There it is for all the people watching on YouTube. Just look for the big neon panther and you'll find it. Today's question comes from Torian. If we're going to draft a quarterback, at least make sure he has the talent Cam had, because Cam is one of a kind. Here's another one of these situations where we are talking about Cam Newton type of offense. And I thought we had gotten past this, okay? Yes, his style was excellent. Yes, he could do a lot of things that most quarterbacks could not at the time. That being said, you cannot find a quarterback with Cam's talent in this draft. You can't do it. It's not possible. CJ Stroud is not it. Bryce is not it. Will from Kentucky is not it. You can't find that type of talent. There's no franchise type quarterbacks in this draft coming up. There's none. So, to me, it's either Sam Darnold gets re-signed or we just draft somebody that's going to be a second or third stringer. Probably a third stringer. Because we can't go through the free agency pool. We don't have the money. Alright, so where does that leave us? We either have to sign Sam Darnold or we have to sign a really cheap quarterback. At that point. Alright. Any other topics you guys want to discuss? Throw them in chat. Open season right now, as far as topics. Takeaways for this far from week 14. Wilkes should be hired as full-time head coach as the Panthers want. 100% right. Cowboys, a win is a win, but man, that was an ugly win. Yeah, that's true. That's true, though. 49ers, Purdy is the perfect quarterback for Shanahan's system. Yep, can't disagree with that. Titans, play so far was sloppy for a must-win game. Yep. Geno Smith is regressing at an impressive pace. Seahawks. Eagles. Team culture is so underrated in the NFL. That's true. That's true of the Detroit Lions right there. Vikings. Running routes, shorts, could cost them big time. Oh, really? You don't say. That's football 101 right there. You don't say. Oh, man. Bengals, their defense is better than their offense right now. That's true, though. That is very true. Bengals' offense is far too one-dimensional. Is it, though? Is it? I don't know. Maybe. Excuse me. Broncos. At the heart of it, Russ was not the problem for the Buccaneers. Broncos. Russell Wilson is not the problem for the Broncos. Say it with me, folks. If you're a Seahawks fan, you already know this to be true because you already know who Russell Wilson is. Okay? That's not a secret. Behind a terrible Denver line, of course he's going to struggle. Come on. That's what I keep trying to tell you. The lines are the most important part of a team. You don't have a good offensive line, you're already in trouble. Texans' most impressive effort to keep the tank alive. Yeah. Browns. The Browns might be worse with Deshaun than without him. Ooh. And then you got the Giants, who just simply say, yikes. I like how it's just yikes. There's no message there. It's just yikes. That's hilarious. That's actually true. But and then you got the Buccaneers. Not a single part of that game last week was good. Not a single part of that team looked good at all. Huh. Go figure, right? Go figure. And it's not going to look right again this week either. That I can tell you. It's not. Not against the Bengals. So, keeping all that in mind, anything else y'all want to talk about? Open topic right now. Let's see it. Might be a short stream tonight. That's a good thing for me. That's a good thing. Because I do need to be up in the morning, man. For real. Not saying that the Seahawks aren't a good team because they are not, but they haven't faced a scary defense like ours. Carolina wins 31-17. My prediction, Torian Harris getting the closest to the actual prediction of this game, minus that last touchdown. It would have been dead on. So, giving Torian Harris his credit, man. Great job. Great choice of what that was right there. Alright, so given the fact that Wilkes was set up to fail in Arizona, McDermott was never given a chance. You know. My thing is, people want an offensive-minded head coach. Some people mentioned the offensive coordinator from the Lions. Some mentioned the offensive coordinator from the Chargers. And then you got Bellamy. Then you got Ken Dorsey. I've already explained Ken Dorsey. He has not even had a full year of full experience with the Bills in the NFL yet. Stop that. Okay? I'm stopping that one dead in its tracks right now. I'm going to need to see one more year before he is qualified. If he does what he does again next year, he's qualified. As far as I'm concerned, I will back him up. 2 years of sustained success like that, yep. You show me consistency for 2 years, you're in. You're in the bat. You know, you're in the mixed bag for an opportunity. Same issue I've got with the offensive coordinator for the Lions and the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. Neither one of these guys has spent more than a year as a full-time offensive coordinator. You cannot judge just off of 1 year, people. It's not possible. Alright, so then that just leaves Bellamy. Now Bellamy, and you could, I'm not buying the Rooney Rule. I'm not buying the Rooney Rule on this one. This man's been through the coaching cycle 3 times. With multiple opportunities to get signed somewhere. but no one called him. Why? All right. So, with Bellamy going through the coaching cycle 3 times and not landing a job with multiple opportunities, you gotta question why. Why? Why does he not have a head coaching job yet? Why did nobody call this man? Why? Why? And don't feed me the Rooney Rule garbage. Don't feed me that one. Because I'm not buying it. Why was he not hired? He's had multiple recommendations for the head coaching jobs. So has Wilkes. And yet, guess who has a job over Bellamy now? Even an interim one. That's right. Steve Wilkes does. Alright, so. But can he turn it permanent? That's up to Mr. Tepper to decide. And I think if he chose Steve Wilkes, he would be choosing very, very wisely for the future of his franchise. And he would make a lot of Panthers fans and players very, very happy. I'm not just talking about players. I'm talking about the fans too. He would make all of us happy. So I'm urging you, Mr. Tepper, make the right decision. You know who it is that we need to go with. We're already playing 500 ball. That's more so than Matt Rule has done in 2 to 3 years. That's more so than he has done in that much time. Even while shifting people around like it's musical chairs at quarterback position, he's still managing to do this. Now, what does that say about him as a head coach? Come on. 1-4 start to where we are now. We're about to take first place. And y'all really don't want that as a head coach? After he's done one over the locker room, after he's done one 500 ball out there for you, motivated this team, cranked them up. They showed discipline. They showed heart. Some of this stuff you can't find on a scoreboard in the first year. You can't find that stuff in a scoreboard. That's coaching. That's great coaching. That's what that is. So, to me, Steve Wilkes has done his job, man. Real talk. Steve Wilkes has done his job. If you're still questioning whether Steve Wilkes should have a permanent job or not, you missed a lot of clues. That's all I'm going to tell you. You missed a lot of clues. We playing Blues Clues here. You missed a lot of clues. Are you sniffing around for them? Are we looking for the clues like Scooby-Doo right now? Because you missed a ton of them right now. If you still wondered if Steve Wilkes is capable of being a head coach here. It's not a contest, guys. It's not. I mean, who are you really fooling when you don't say that Steve Wilkes should be our head coach? You're fooling yourselves. I could sit here and tell you all day. all the things that this man has accomplished in this short amount of time. And he's not even playing with a full deck of cards, y'all. God almighty. He's not even playing with a full deck of cards yet. It's terrifying to think what he could do with a full set of depth chart players. It's beautiful, but it's terrifying at the same time. You know, if you're a fan of one of these other teams that are coming up, once he started developing everybody that he's putting on these rosters, if you're on our schedule, watch out. In 24, I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm just trying to tell y'all. You better hope your team ain't on our schedule, because we're about to go and run the gauntlet in 24. And it's going to be bloody. It's going to be gory. It's going to be nasty if Steve Wilkes gets hired. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. Dang, if this chart is real, Lions are running a gauntlet. Yeah, they are this year. They are this year. That's going to be us in about 2 years from now. We're going to be solidly leading this division, sitting at that number 4 seed constantly. For the next 3 to 4 years. Y'all watch what I'm telling you. If Tom Brady can't get past 20 points again next year, shoot, it's a wrap. It's a wrap, man. We got this division in the bag. Even losing to some players, man. This is a soft division right now. It's a soft division. And those drafts ain't going to help you. It's going to take 2 years to get those teams back in order in the South to battle us. And by that point, we're going to have such a powerful powerhouse depth chart under Wilkes, it's not even going to be funny. By the time they get there, we're going to be playing chess while they're playing checkers. You know what I mean? That's what it's going to look like, man. We're going to be out there playing chess, man. We're going to be saying, okay, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Come on. Come on, we challenging everybody. That's how we got to 15-1. We didn't stop. We didn't slow down. We didn't pass go. We didn't collect $200. We just kept going like a freight train. That's what I want this team to become again. That terrifying freight train that you cannot slow down. You can't stop it. You can't make a dent in it. It's gonna run you over, regardless. The only thing that stopped it was Von Miller. That's it. And I mean, seriously, prove me wrong. Von Miller was the only thing that started the downward spiral that cost us that Lombardi. Otherwise, it would be sitting in our trophy case right now. Nobody can tell me different. I'm sorry. Nobody can tell me different. You can blame it on Cam all you want, but here's the thing. If Cam was to dive on that fumble, he would have got a concussion. He would have got a concussion. He would be laid out on a doggone stretcher, man. And then how are we supposed to win the Super Bowl? Point blank. He hesitated for a second, pulled back, and then went for it. But by then, it was too late. The man didn't want a concussion, man. So, I mean, realistically, I own the prize. I own the prize, ladies and gentlemen. Super Bowl. And I'm not just talking one Super Bowl, I'm talking 3 appearances at least under Wilkes. In a total of 7 years. You think I'm joking? It's not going to be cheap to keep these players. But if we start winning, we start balling out, people will come. Yep. And it's going to be loud in the bank. Protect the bank. I like that. Protect the bank. That's how a head coach talks right there, man. That's how a head coach talks. He's going to give you the cold, hard facts. Meanwhile, you got Steve Smith in the background saying, "Ice up, son, ice up." That's how cold those facts. That's a fact. Come on, man. Now, I see a lot of people flip-flopping on Steve Wilkes, and that's fair. Do what you will. Do what you will. I'm not condemning nobody. I'm just saying, if you're a flip-flopper right now, let me ask you this. What more does Steve Wilkes have to prove to you? What does he have to do? And it ain't about the records. It ain't about the records. It's about making the playoffs. Can Steve Wilkes do that? Yes. Unequivocally, yes. And it's a good feeling when I can finally answer that question with a yes answer out of a head coach that we have in Carolina. It's about time. Honestly, it's been beyond time. Way beyond time. I'm not just here stirring the pot, y'all. These YouTubers, these Panthers YouTubers are not here just stirring the pot, man. We're being for real when we talk about Wilkes. Get these records, for this year. Focus on what he's done that doesn't translate to a scoreboard. Then tell me, is he qualified to lead this team? And if my theory is right, and we're waiting until after the draft to permanently sign him and take that interim tag off, I think that's smart. Because that's the last thing we don't know about him so far, is how he drafts. It's a smart thing. And I'm not going to argue with the people that make that argument. I'm going to agree with them. Because, frankly, they're right. We don't know how he drafts. We don't know him from Adam as far as how he drafts. And I think we're going to find out very, very quickly. And I trust Scott Fitterer, so I'm not even worried about it. Wherever we end up in the draft board this year is where we end up. I'm saying it. Wherever we end up is where we end up. That's not the point of this playoff run. Oh, no. That's not the point. Everybody that thinks, it's going to be early exit out of the playoffs. Y'all missing the point, man. God, y'all missing the point. That's not the goal here. How many times do I need to say it on stream before people get it? And I know this crew gets it. I know y'all get it. I'm preaching to the choir right now. I'm starting to sound like a broken record at this point. But to the people that don't get it, let me put it in simplest terms for you. Winning brings fans. Fans bring money. Money helps pay these players' salaries. It helps it helps a lot of things within the organization. And where does that money come from? Fans who buy merch. They buy food and drink. They buy PSLs. They buy single game tickets. They buy season tickets for next year. When we start winning and make the playoffs. That's what you're going to see. Watch those numbers go back up. Matt Rule had them at an all-time Panthers low. I've never seen those numbers that low before. Never. Never in my life as a Panthers fan have I ever seen the numbers that low, where the ticket sales were that cheap. Doggone it, man. Those tickets were like $30 or $40 a piece, man. What? How low? Man, that's basically this amount for a T-shirt these days. God almighty. And that's Ticketmaster before the fees. That's Ticketmaster before the fees. Because who's going to walk out there and see a losing product from Matt Rule? Nobody. I wouldn't walk across the street to see a losing product from Matt Rule. I wouldn't. But Steve Wilkes? Imagine the difference. We're looking at $120 a ticket. Notice the contrast between those two. $120 a ticket. Because we are trying to sell out the bank against Pittsburgh. Matter of fact, let me check out how much those prices are right now. Let's find out. I want y'all to see something. For anybody that was searching up Panthers tickets at the time of Matt Rule, need I say more? Need I say more right there? That right there tells me all I need to know. The fact that it's temporarily down for maintenance. That means we selling out, man. Good God. That's what I like to see right there. See, y'all done broke the system. We done broke the system. It's temporarily down for maintenance. When Steve Wilkes tells us to buy tickets, we buy tickets, man. We sell out, bro. You heard the man. When that system goes back up, let's check these ticket prices when that system goes back up. I'm telling you, bro. Real talk. Let's check that Lions game, just out of curiosity. I want to see. Y'all done broke the system. Oh my God. That's beautiful. That's was beautiful. Oh, shout out to the Real Zero Chill. Let's go. Let's go for real, man. Hey. Man, that's what you love to see right there. That's how Panthers fans respond right there to a real ball coach. That's how it happens right there. Versus Matt Rule when you're doing with like $50 a ticket, and we talking like we're talking upper bowl tickets for $50. I mean, what is that? Come on. Man, please. Everybody talking about Matt. You know, Steve Wilkes ain't the guy. I think those ticket sales tell you different. The people have spoken. And they have spoken loudly in this fan base. And even I went to a game. Let me tell you something. Even I stopped talking the talk and actually walked the walk too. And I have not been to a game since 2015. That ought to tell you something right there. When you could draw me out there to the bank. And granted, it's a drive. It's a drive. It's a few hours drive up there to Charlotte. And y'all got me up there. That's how you know you're doing something right. Because I don't just buy tickets on a whim. Oh, no. These tickets are expensive. As far as I'm concerned. They're expensive. To my budget. When you see me physically buying a ticket, that tells you this team is going in the right direction and doing something right. I don't spend money unless I know we got a winning product on this field. I don't spend money on nothing if I don't see a winning product on this field. You win, I spend money. Period. Point blank. And I put my money where my mouth is this year. I bought me and my buddy David a ticket up there to that Falcons game on that Thursday night. We showed up. And that was the biggest game of the year in my opinion. That was the biggest game of this season. Because that was our last chance to directly impact our chances of winning that division. And winning the tiebreaker at the end of this. Which may or may not happen, depending on if we win out or not. Point being, even if we don't win out, we still win the tiebreaker. That's why I kept telling y'all that Atlanta game was the most critical game this year. And I am so glad I chose to go to that game. Because I told y'all, I was going to will us into a win. I was going to scream my lungs out when we were on defense in order for us to get these stops. I was not letting up. the entire game. And I was still jacked up when I left that stadium. I wanted more. I wasn't even satisfied with that win. I wanted more. And we got more. We got more. Look where we are now. This is only the beginning. This is just the beginning. Y'all like these wins? This is the start of something magical in Carolina. And those people that see the vision, they see what this could be. They are screaming for David Tepper to get this dude in as head coach. They're literally screaming it at the top of their lungs. Anyone that's not buying it, I don't know what's wrong with you at this point. I don't know how to convince you. Because if you're not seeing it yet, you're not going to. You can look around the league. You could look at all these weak teams that we've run over and be like, well, this team's still average, or it's below average, or whatever you want to call it. It's not, though. Man, take the blinders off and look at what this team really is. Because Steve Wilkes exposed to you what this team really is. And he didn't have to do much to do it. It didn't take him much to pull this off, ladies and gentlemen. He already knew what this team was. And that shows me that he knows this team inside and out. Just like I do it. Just like I know it. Just like you know it. Every Sunday. We've been doing this. Every Sunday. Folks, we've been doing this every week. And if y'all don't see the connection and what we're doing right now, you're not going to. Flat out, point blank, you're not going to. Because I've already laid it out for you. I laid it out like a buffet at a Golden Corral for you guys. And I said, take your pick of all the wins that we're about to get under Steve Wilkes. Take your pick of all the juicy, beautiful wins that are in our future. Grab you a plate, man, because we get real up in here, man. The real work starts now. The real work begins now. We only get started, man. We're only getting started. The offseason will bring its own problems. But we are only just beginning to plant the seeds of success. This tree will grow up and become a beautiful, blossoming tree. And we will be able to enjoy the fruits of our labor as fans. Of our hard work and dedication to this team. And loyalty to this team. And love to this team. We will be able to enjoy it very, very soon. All I'm asking of all of us is just a little patience. And a little time. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Just stay on the path. Stay on the path. and watch what happens at the end of it. God, it's beautiful. It's glorious. I see it, don't you? Y'all tell me what you're thinking right now. Tell me what you're thinking. Drop some comments in the chat right now. I need to hear what these people are thinking this late at night, man. How y'all feeling about this team? Let's see. I want some opinions. Come on. You know, we've been doing this for long enough. Y'all seeing the fruits. Y'all seeing the pathway. What do y'all need to see? What do y'all need to see happen in these next 4 games? Obviously wins. But, I mean, how much more do you think you need to see to be convinced that this team could be on the cusp of a NFC championship? We're on the cusp of a championship pedigree. That is a fact. Zero Chill. That's a fact. That's a fact. This is just scratching the surface of what's coming. Oh, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. If y'all like this, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Strap on your seatbelt, because this is going to be a bumpy ride for all the haters. This is going to be a real bumpy ride. And I want all the haters and all the non-believers to keep that same energy when we play in the playoffs every single year under Wilkes. I want y'all to keep that same energy. No. Don't hide. Don't hide. Don't hide next year when we make the playoffs again. Don't hide. We see you. We gonna expose every single one of y'all for the cowards you are. For the people for the doubters that you are. We gonna expose every one of y'all. Y'all come out into the light. Them cockroaches hate the light, man. Them cockroaches hate the light. Come out into the light. We exposing it, man. We did some cleaning this year, man. We cleaned up our house. Now we gotta protect our house. You know what I'm saying? We got the exterminator out here, and we protecting the house. You know, we installing some security locks. You know, we going all out, bro. We going all out. Ain't nobody breaking in this vault, man. Ain't nobody breaking in here. We Fort Knox up in Charlotte now. Steve Wilkes has not lost in Charlotte yet. He is not lost, and he's not about to start now. Not this week. Nope. Y'all better get ready. Y'all better get ready, man. Because we will protect this house. The bank is ours, man. The bank has always been ours. We ain't about to lose it. Nah. To Pittsburgh? Nah. Man, let me get my man Andy Bailey up in here, man. What's going on, Andy? You know, and what's good, Andy? How you doing, man?
All right, how are you there?
I'm doing great.
Oh, good. Hopefully, be better once you whip the Steelers for us. For me, anyway. I can't speak to the clowns up here in Pittsburgh.
Man, we got all these clowns talking all this junk about, oh, the Eagles are so good, the Eagles are so great. Watch them get humbled to Dallas, man. Watch. All the Steelers fans up there talking all that junk because we ain't won since the 80s or something like that, man. Man, give me a break.
I'm glad.
Let them come up in our house and see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm glad the Eagles.
We're going to give them a show.
Especially anything with Philly and Pittsburgh up here. Hey, I'll take Philly most of the time.
Man, we ain't scared of these people, man.
Yeah, shoot. Only thing you got to worry about probably maybe on defense when it comes to when the Panthers had the ball is maybe T.J. Watt. He's gonna get his sack at least.
That's a fact. That's a fact right there. That is a fact. They did stop a lot of rushing games, so I will give them that. I'll give them their credit. You know, that's a strong D line, but we got it, man. Ain't nobody scared of this team, man.
No, I wouldn't be. I just hope I'll hear all this talk. Well, 15 or 16 years, Tomlin has had a winning season every year, and of course he got to win out to do that. Now I hope so.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Panthers beat him today and put an end to that. Then they'll talk about his firing though.
Yeah. I mean, let me ask this, because this was brought up during one of the other live streams that I saw this week. And I'm not going to give a name on which one it was, but everybody pretty much knows which one it was if they've been paying attention. What if we managed to get Mike Tomlin in as one of our coordinators?
He'd be defensive coordinator because that's what he was a defensive line coach or something for the Vikings when he got hired by the Steelers. Defensive something. I don't think he was a coordinator, but he was defensive assistant.
Do you think he would take that job after being a head coach for this long?
No.
That's what I'm alluding to. You know, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, Mike Tomlin could come to Carolina and he ain't going to take the coordinator job. Come on, y'all. Get serious. This man's been in a head coaching job for how long now?
There's a way to answer that. Why would you sleep in the barn when you've lived in the mansion for so many years?
Thank you. Preach that right there. I don't know where all this junk is coming from about Mike Tomlin coming to Carolina. Stop. Just stop.
Maybe it's a coach if they throw enough money or something, maybe.
Only if he gets fired first.
Yeah.
We ain't trade for his rights. We would have to trade for his rights, just like we would have to trade for Sean Payton's rights. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody.
I think he has this year and 2 more on his contract. So, and then I think Aunt Floyd's going to take over up here. That's my opinion.
Oh my Lord, man. Yeah, and I hate to see that era end of Mike Tomlin's, man, because he's such a great guy and such a great coach, and he has one bad season and everybody wants him gone, and I'm like, man, I don't get it.
I'll tell you a funny story here.
Yeah.
They was playing the Giants a few years ago, and I work in a closed room, man, and just listen to the radio. Wouldn't see nothing of the game and everything. And they was playing the Giants, and they was getting killed at first and everything. And I was listening to the sports talk show, and they was talking about it as the game was going on. Well, I didn't even know. I could tell by the call what the callers were saying how the game was going. Like at the beginning when the Giants was just totally whipping them, everything. Well, this team stinks. They need to fire Tomlin and all this other kind of stuff. And then as the game got on and they started coming back, by the end of the game, I was hearing calls, "We're going to the Super Bowl, brother." I'm like, good Lord. They get on a little lucky streak or hot streak and the Super Bowl talk.
Man, does that ever sound familiar like a certain team that comes from Texas?
Yeah, Dallas, yeah. Thing is here, the Eagles...
God, that sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah. I think Dallas playing good, but Eagles, they ain't giving the Eagles no credit. Sorry to say, but, I mean...
Nah.
They ain't giving them no credit. They're all just talking about Dallas.
Soft schedule with the Eagles. Tell me one team you're impressed with that the Eagles have actually beaten. Tell me one team.
They beat Dallas once.
That was without Dak Prescott. Not impressed.
Let's see. They beat Minnesota 11-3. Minnesota.
That was before Minnesota got tougher.
Okay, I just have to look at the rest of the schedule here and everything.
Yeah. I'll put it up on screen for everybody. Hold up. Y'all see it. Let's see. I just gotta find them on the scoreboard real quick. Had to go back to 14, so I think they get a bye week. There we go. Alright, so you got a win over the Lions first week, and I mean they outscored the Lions, but that's the first week. Everybody knew that the Lions had the worst defense in the league by a mile and a half. It's not even close. It was ranked 31st or 32nd out of the entire league. They beat the Vikings before they went on their run, 24-7. Vikings were bad for a start of the year. Nobody was impressed with them. The Washington Commodores. Man, nobody expected the Commodores to do anything in the early part of the season. 24-8. Ain't nothing but a thing right there. Easy win. Jaguars, 29-21. Jaguars were awful. Come on. Nobody's impressed with that win. The Cardinals 20-17. Okay, I'll grant you the Cardinals do have a tough defense. But offensively, they ain't nothing, man. Come on. You beat a Cowboys team without Dak Prescott. Of course they're going to always score 17 points. How is that impressive? It's not. They beat a Steelers team that is still struggling to get past 20 points. They got 13 in that game. Not impressed. Sorry, not impressed. Texans, not impressed. You lost to the Washington Commodores once Washington finally started getting on the roll. 32-21. Washington exposed you, basically. If you're an Eagles fan right now, Washington just exposed you. So, the Colts, they barely beat the Colts 17-16. How is that impressive? The Colts are struggling horribly. And they just blew a lead tonight, actually. They blew a massive lead tonight. Man, they beat the Packers, and I mean, Aaron Rodgers is struggling. I'll grant you, Aaron Rodgers did put up 33 on him. But he still lost. Next, Titans. Who's impressed with a win over the Titans? Come on now. Titans are nobody. The Giants are nobody. 48-22. Of course, you're going to blow them out of the water. You got the Bears next. You got the Giants again. You got the Saints, who struggled to even beat the Buccaneers and score more than 20 points. Like, how many of these wins are you actually impressed with? You got the Cowboys that are about to expose you again with Dak Prescott. If these guys face us in the first round, they're done.
Yeah.
They're done.
I understand that, but the old saying goes, you play who's in front of you, who's on the schedule. And that's what they've done.
Now, I'll grant you something about that Giants game, because Week 18, these teams will play out. They'll take out their starters and play subs because they got a locked-in playoff spot. I will grant you that. So I don't know how good these second-string Eagles players are, and third-stringers. The Giants might be able to take advantage of that.
Right, but it depends on two things.
Will it be enough to beat them, though?
Right. But the thing is, though, the Eagles might play their starters in Week 18 because of two things. If they lose to Dallas, they might have to play just to wrap up the home field on the 18th so they don't tie or anything with anybody.
Right.
And then the Giants might have something to play for to get a playoff spot. And if they got,
exactly.
And if you're playing against a team that's got something to play for, then you better play them with your first string to get rid of them out of the way. So they don't haunt you in the playoffs.
That's right. It's playoff seeding at stake here. They could go from first all the way down to 5th seed with a loss to the lowly Giants. And guess who the Eagles play first? Us. In the first round. Bring them on in the bank, baby. Bring them on. I want every part of that game.
Hey, nothing against the Panthers, but you imagine the scrutiny for the Panthers if that happens. I mean,
oh my God. Bring on all the hype and the scrutiny, baby. We ready for it. Y'all can put all the spread points on that you want to. We gonna overcome all of it.
I experienced this as a Seahawks fan when they won the division that one year, and they were 7-9, and they played at home against New Orleans, who was 12-4. So now you're going to have a similar situation if the Panthers played the Eagles in Carolina.
Now, I will say this. The Eagles are not the weakest team in the playoffs right now. That would be that 7th seed, which would be either Washington or the Giants. So, they're the second weakest one in the NFC picture right now. The second one. Because if you look at San Fran, if you look at the Lions, if you look at Dallas, even the Vikings could beat these guys right now. I don't know. I don't know about the Vikings, but if the Vikings played them right now, it'd probably be about 50-50. But I'm going to say this, though. second weakest team in that playoff picture is the Eagles, by far.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm going to have to stick with my Super Bowl pick and everything. I mean, so far, the Commanders. I got the Commanders going to the Super Bowl. My prediction, I posted it on Facebook in the right before the season started.
That's a bold prediction, man. That's a very bold prediction.
I got the Chargers beating the Commanders 31-7.
Wow. All right, folks. If it happens, you heard it here first. If it happens, you heard it here first. From my man Andy. All right? I give you full credit if it does happen. I highly doubt it, though. You got too many hungry teams in this playoff picture, man. You got on the NFC side, you got the 49ers with that amazing defense of theirs, man. God.
As long as I can remember, I'll go every year. I always try to make a prediction and see how close I can come.
I mean, you got a wild one this year, man, because Washington has to go through Dallas to get there.
Yeah, I know. Last year I said Chargers and Cardinals, but this year
they got to go through Dallas eventually. Everybody's got to go through Dallas. And there's a, like I said earlier in the stream, there's a weird scenario where we play the Eagles first round. You know, the Niners play the Lions. You know, the Vikings end up playing either the Giants or the Washington Commanders. And Dallas gets that first seed.
Yeah, something I was going to tell you the other day. I was trying to explain it to you. I mean,
that's best case.
Keep winning them. Well, Panthers could end up with the 6 or 7 seed too. And they'd have to play either the 2 or 3, San Francisco or Minnesota. Depends on how well Tampa does too.
Man, Tampa is not beating the Bengals. That's not happening. That's not happening at all. Week 16, Tampa against Arizona. That's a 50-50 type game right there. We don't know what's going to happen there. Either way, it doesn't really affect us. Week 17, Tampa plays us, the Panthers, and we're going to beat them. Come on. We're going to beat them. They can't break 20 points. Sam broke that in 2 games. Easy. Alright. So then the Bucks play in week 18. They play the Falcons. And the Falcons have broken 20 points. So, I mean, come on. Bucks are done. I'm here to say, Bucks are done. You know, even if we don't beat the Lions in week 16, that best case scenario is still alive. Yeah. It's still there. We still got a game on everybody. It's wild to think that, man. It really is. But see, it all depends on this Steelers game. We win this one. We win against Tampa. That's it. We ain't even got to worry about that Saints game at the end. Shoot, man. We already beat the Saints.
Yeah,
we're already in.
Jets today.
Huh?
Root for the Jets today. Because Jets said they play Detroit, and that's going to help.
That is absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Because Dallas has to knock off Detroit. We're eventually going to have to deal with San Fran anyway. So it won't matter. But it would be real nice to see the Lions end up in 7th seed and have to deal with Dallas first, before having to deal with us. You got a point, man. You got a point. And the Lions have an excellent offense, but they just don't have a complete team. And you got a scenario where the Lions play San Fran first round. And it's the best offense versus the best defense. It's... For my money, I got my money on San Fran. I'm not even lying to y'all, man. My money's on San Fran if those two match up against each other.
Alright, I want to see if you remember something here.
Yeah.
You remember, before the draft started, all of these quarterbacks they've talked about and everything last year in the draft.
Yep.
Okay, and I told you nobody's talking about Brock Purdy. I said he's good and everything.
That's a fact.
And now, yeah, I told you that, and now look what he's doing and everything.
That's a fact.
And who knows how far he can go.
That's a fact. Everybody's talking all that junk about Justin Fields this, Justin Fields that. Oh, we passed up on Justin Fields. We missed Justin Fields. Look what this dude is impressed with that dude is doing in Chicago right now. Man, come on with that extra hype, man.
He's a good runner.
Russell Wilson is a good runner. Lamar Jackson is a good runner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're good. I mean, hey, you run 60.
Heck, Sam Darnold is a good runner. Sam Darnold is a good runner. Find me a quarterback that ain't a good runner. That
I haven't seen Sam
isn't a
Darnold.
pocket passer.
Yeah, I haven't seen Sam Darnold run a 67-yard touchdown.
Shoot, man. That dude can run like 20 yards at least. That dude can run 20 yards at least. If you give him the wide open space, he will. And you actually push him to run, he will. You gotta push him to run, so that's the thing. He ain't gonna run on his own. You gotta get coached to run. You gotta be a dog whisperer and be like, hey Sam, you can run. You can run, buddy.
Something else I was thinking about Sam Darnold recently.
He's just gonna stand there if you don't tell him.
Right. Well, something about Sam Darnold. I was thinking if the Panthers, let's say they get hot and win out, they're 9-8.
Yeah.
And let's say they make a big run. Well, is that going to influence the Panthers to re-sign him?
Who, Sam Darnold? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I think it would. Just like Jake Delhomme, he came in out of nowhere and took him to the Super Bowl, and then he was there for however many years.
Yep. I will say this. I think he's doing a good enough job to end up in Carolina in 23. I didn't say where on the depth chart. I said here in 23. Because you got to play the hot hand. Steve Wilkes is not afraid to do that, no matter how much you're making. No matter how long your contract is. Doesn't matter. He plays the hot hand. He wants to win. Period. Point blank, period. And that's how we want it in Carolina. That's exactly the coaching style I wanted in Carolina. For the longest time. Doesn't matter how we get that win, it just matters that we get it. You know what I mean? As long as we ain't cheating to get it. And
oh yeah, I'll tell you something funny. You might have heard this, but up here in Pittsburgh, sometimes
Blitzburg. Hey, Blitzburg, meet Icky. Icky hasn't given up a sack since week 2.
You confused me there for a minute when you said Icky. You made me think of that old guy, Icky was.
Nah, I'm talking about Aquanu, man. He hasn't given up a sack since week 2.
Just the name Icky makes me think of that old running back for the. You probably seen the Geico commercial, maybe, and he said, "I'm getting some cold cuts," and he does the Icky shuffle.
That's a good one. I did forget about that. You're right. Those are good.
Yeah, that was early '90s when I think the Bengals had a size of the quarterback then. Yeah, he was only hot for like 1 or 2 years, but it was just a flash in the pan dance. Everybody did the Icky shuffle.
I saw that a few years later when the internet started popping, you know. They had that video trending for a while. But, you know, it's the old days, you know. Do the Icky. The Icky shuffle.
Back then, I always said Icky,
Icky, ooh. And on defense, we say Frankie, woo boo. Yeah. I love that dude, man. Andy, I don't know if you saw that post that I put up, but Frankie Luvu is actually advocating for suicide prevention because his brother died from suicide. You know, so yeah, man.
He's doing sad for his brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Frankie's he's an amazing guy. I love this dude, man. I'm proud to have a signed football from this guy, man. I'm proud of it.
Yeah.
I'm putting that in a glass case, man. Real talk.
One thing, yeah, I like it when players do that. I know they had a problem up here in Pittsburgh. I forget who the guy was for the Steelers. Well, his mom died from cancer or something, and he wore pink on his cleats or pink cleats or something in the game.
I remember that. And that started that whole my cleats, my cause thing. Yeah. That's what really started it.
Right. But to me, that's just crazy. I mean, no matter what team you're on or anything. Yeah. I mean, hey, if somebody wants to do that for their mama, then different story.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cam Hayward, he wrote iron or the black on under his eyes, iron head, because that was his dad.
Yep.
Dad, I mean, right? You probably seen videos of his dad since he probably ain't that old like me. But Ironhead Hayward.
I did see the videos. Yeah, that's wild stuff, man.
Oh yeah, he played mostly for the Saints and Falcons, a little bit with the Bears.
Yep.
And of course, his college he played up here at Pittsburgh Panthers, and so. Yeah, he was a big time runner in college, but in the NFL he was more of a short yardage fullback. If it was 3rd and 1, you just give him the ball and he'd pull you for a few yards. But I don't know why I guess maybe he gained too much weight from college or something, and that's what turned him in from a big time back to a slow, I don't know, a pounder here. That's my guess.
Yeah, man. So I got 2 major questions for you for this season, man. Just for the regular season. The off season will bring its own problems, you know, and we'll get to those when we get there. But are you keep in mind we are a judgmental judging these players after week 6, correct? That's when Steve Wilkes took over. So it's week 6 and beyond. Alright, I got 2 players for you to judge. One is Michael Jordan, the left guard. He got his first snaps last Sunday under Wilkes. And this new offensive line. Are you impressed by him?
I don't know. I don't know much about him enough to judge, and so I just have to see how he does. I guess. I mean, ain't enough to judge on. I don't think.
I haven't been sold on him since we first got him. I'm gonna be real with you. I ain't been sold on that man since we first got him, and I first laid eyes on him at training camp. Have not been sold at all, and it's a problem, man. We're gonna have to get a left guard. Point blank, we're gonna have to. And the other player I wanted to ask you about was Sam Darnold. Now, based on the 2 games that you saw him start, do you feel like he is our 3rd quarterback for 2023? Doesn't matter where we put him in the depth chart. Is he good enough to stay on our roster next year?
Yeah, I'll say he'll get a roster spot unless some team throws a bunch of money at him or something.
That's the answer we're looking for right there. Because I threw up a poll up and people were not impressed by him. There were 2 votes saying that he did not impress them yet, and they need to see more.
I could picture teams like the Colts, the Seahawks that need a quarterback. Colts and I forget who else. The Colts and Seahawks right off the bat.
I agree with that. Geno Smith is regressing at a unparalleled rate right now. He's horrible. And I mean, he was bad with the Jets, and now he's horrible with the Seahawks. I mean, you get what you paid for. What did you think he was going to be when you signed him? Geno Smith is awful.
Right, they just needed a serviceable backup because they count on Russell Wilson being there for his whole career. But
exactly. Exactly. You nailed it. Serviceable quarterback. And that's exactly what Baker was going to be. You know, we thought we...
Scary now with Baker. He'd go out there to L.A. and win the last 4 games, which he's already won.
Yeah.
So, and then next thing you know, he's going to be hitting the limelight and start him in L.A. because he got on a hot streak here at the end.
Now, my question is, why couldn't he do that with our offense here in Carolina? With just as good of an offensive line and offensive weapons. I mean, we gave him offensive weapons galore. Why could he not do anything with them? That baffles me, man. We knew he had those types of throws in him. He goes out to L.A., whoosh, right down the field. It's like, where was this pass when he was in a Panthers uniform?
Yeah,
it baffles the heck out of me, man.
Yeah, well, when it comes to something like that, I use the basketball analogy where you see a team struggling during the game, they're down about 15, 20 points, and within the last 5 minutes, they start shooting threes like nothing, and they lose by 5.
You know, and we all knew that he had that in him. We all knew that. Okay, let's not act like we didn't. Folks, and if you try to deny it, you're lying to yourself. Okay? I never said Baker was terrible. I never once said that publicly. Yeah, I said it, in the heat of the moment during private chats with a few people, but I didn't. I never said it publicly because I was just ticked off at him because he wasn't getting the job done at the time.
When I took my son to the Denver game, I'd sit there in the bleachers looking down, and I saw Baker off to the side on one knee just sitting there watching the game, and some guy walked over and talked to him there a couple of times. I was like, wow, that's Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I saw him in person at training camp. He's a lot tougher and meaner looking than you think. The TV doesn't do him justice. But, and I'll say the same thing for Ndamukong Suh, too. Because I saw that dude in real life, dude. He's a monster. My God, he's a monster. Like, at the time, we had this skeleton offensive line. We were doing a training camp against I forget who it was. Either the Ravens or whichever team he ended up with, and he comes walking up to the defensive line. I swear to God, he's big. He's twice as big as like our center. Twice as big as our center. Just lining up against him. And I'm just going, holy cow, the size difference.
Yeah. Hey, did you see him in uniform or out of uniform?
I mean, this was without pads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was without pads. This dude was bigger than our center.
Oh, wow. Okay, then. I was thinking something else.
And I'm sitting there going, serious? The TV does not do this dude justice at all. I'm going, God almighty.
I was thinking of two examples, though. I was thinking, like, with Lawrence Taylor when he played. I mean,
oh, my God.
Big on the football field. But when you saw him out of he's small. When you saw him, when you saw him on TV or something, he's small.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, seriously. And then another story here. You know who Sidney Crosby is? Like LeBron or Kobe. He's like that big in hockey.
I see.
He plays for the Pittsburgh Penguins here, and we went to a Pirates game, me and my son, and they had the first pitch, and the Penguins had the Stanley Cup that night and everything, showed the Stanley Cup to the crowd and all that, and we was about 30 feet from Sidney Crosby, and I swear I'm bigger than he is. I mean, you see him in uniform, he's big, but I saw him, I was like 30 feet from him, and I swear I'm bigger than he is, and I'm 5'10", 250. I'm like, good Lord, he's small.
That just shows you how like big those like hockey pads and stuff like are that these guys wear.
I told one person, and I said they thought I was crazy. He looked at me like I said I'm serious. I said I'm bigger than he is.
Oh yeah.
I said He was walking off the pitcher's mound and going into the dugout and to where the secret entrance was, I guess, to get out of the stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw him there, and I was like, wow.
Wow, man. And some of these football pads and stuff that they wear, does add a few pounds, It does make some of these guys look bigger. But I swear I saw some of these players without those pads on during that first week. And I said, what am I looking at? God. And correct me if I'm wrong. That the week that we had the joint practices with, it wasn't the Ravens. It was I know we had joint practice with New England, this past year. We had it with the Ravens one year. We had it with I'm trying to think who was it? But yeah, Ndamukong Suh was out there, man. God almighty, what? Dude looked like the Hulk compared to our offensive line. I was like, God almighty. I didn't even need to read the number on the jersey or the name to know who it was. That's how I could tell. It was just by the size alone. Anyway, some of the it was crazy seeing some of these players up close though, from other teams, and some of them are very personable, some of them are not, and it just depends on what kind of day you're catching them on. Sometimes, if it's a really hot day, they're not going to come up and want to sign autographs or anything. They're just going to want to get out of the heat and not care about you. Which I don't blame them. That 98-degree heat is no joke down here, man. During the summer months, during training camp, and it's like right at the end of August, early August, end of July. So
how far is Spartanburg from Charlotte?
About 3 hours. 3 to 3.5 hours, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because you got to go through. Yeah, you got to go through Spartan. No. It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours.
Oh.
Plus.
Okay.
2.5 because of traffic on I-85. But they've been doing some construction. That's why I said 3.
Oh, okay.
Up there through Gaffney and stuff.
Yeah. When I was down there, I saw interstate signs that said Spartanburg and Columbia.
Yep.
Yeah. I know we called a cab and the cab went the wrong way at first, and he turned around. We got off exit 1 after the game, and then he circled back to where we had to go and everything. I was like, are we almost to the South Carolina border? I mean, I wasn't for sure. But I think Rock Hill, South Carolina is like 26 miles maybe from Charlotte.
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes away, roughly.
Okay, so Charlotte's
south of Charlotte.
Okay, Charlotte then is real close to the South Carolina border then.
Yeah, about 30 minutes away, 30, 40 minutes, give or take. But yeah, what wasn't trending in the news actually was about Rock Hill. Tepper got sued, or his company got sued, and he settled that.
Jadeveon Clowney's from Rock Hill.
That is true. That is very true. He is. But Tepper's settled on that lawsuit about the training camp stuff, building that he was creating down there in Rock Hill. So, I mean, again, we don't know any of the details of any of that stuff. So that's why I'm not talking about it that much. And I'm trying to keep it kind of on the down low and towards the end part of the stream where nobody really watches it. But, because I don't want to give it too much attention, He's had enough attention with this garbage already.
Yeah. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
To the terrible cow.
Ours is the keep pounding chant.
Oh, okay.
As we go throughout the stadium.
Hey, yeah, I want to tell you
Yeah.
We was at the Denver game, and
Yeah.
these Denver Broncos fans but sitting behind us a couple rows or something, and I sat there and listened to them. Oh, keep pounding, these cracking jokes. Oh yeah, just keep. We got 4 yards. Just keep pounding. And I'm like, oh Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, y'all got pounded. That's for sure.
We got 4 yards on 3rd and 13. We'll keep pounding.
All I got to say is scoreboard. Might want to check it, buddy. Because last I checked, we had the lead. The entire game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know. It's just funny sitting there hearing fans and everything. And I swear there was more Denver Bronco fans in there than who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if there's more than Panther fans. I mean, the last time there was a lot of Patriot fans there, but I knew they was outnumbered by Panther fans then. But this time, holy hell, I ain't seen so many Denver Bronco fans in my life.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of fans have been talking about that this year. How all the opposing fans have been like overcrowding our seats rather than Panthers fans, and it's one of those deals where when you start winning under Wilkes, it will change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who knows? You might have that today with Steeler fans, because I know these crazies up here. They'll drive 20 hours to go to see the Steelers.
Oh, absolutely, they will. They are loyal. I give them that. I give them their respect and their due for that. They are definitely one of the most loyal fan bases out there.
Right. My son wanted to go to that game instead of the Denver game. Nice.
Well, you can see Pittsburgh up there. See, that's the thing. And I mean, I had my own personal experiences with games back in 2015 and stuff. You know, as far as I didn't see that many Falcons fans when I was out there on Thursday. That Thursday game with the black helmets. It was weird. You know, you saw more Panthers fans around our area, our sections, than Falcons fans. I said, all right, cool. You know, we could rock and roll with that. You know? That's how I knew that section we were sitting in was about to get loud. When we started scoring some touchdowns, I was like, oh yeah, here we go. We were sitting right underneath that doggone scoreboard again. You know, with that gigantic scoreboard, about 50 feet high. You know, on one side or the other. That's always where I end up sitting because of the high-rise seats, but I love it, dude. There ain't a bad seat in that house. I'm trying to tell you there isn't. And some of them are just cheaper than the others, you know? And I just try to budget what I can, but when I got out there, man, it is the energy leaving the stadium. Just felt like 2015 again. It really did. Me and David just got cold chills just walking out and just hearing, keep pounding. You know, like they kept chanting it down the walkways. You know, when we got the wins. You know, and it felt like the very first game that I went to was against the Eagles back in 15. I fondly remember that being one of the best memories of that game. in that day and just thinking, wow, this is what it's like to be at an NFL game, you know, and a winning NFL game at that. You know, with a team that I truly love and enjoy. And God, it brought so much joy to my heart, man. And I said, okay, this is a 8-0 team, and I said, who can I bring to this game? Who can I bring to see this, you know, and experience this with me? So I brought one friend with me to the Colts game. I brought my mom to the Tampa Bay game. You know, at the end of the year. And then I started getting that feeling again this year. As I was prepping for that Falcons game this year, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to go to this Falcons game. Once we installed Steve Wilkes in there, I said, you know what? I'm going to take the gamble. I'm going to take the purge, the plunge here, and I'm going to see how we do. And I'm going to will us into a win. Because it was that critical at that point. We had to get a win. And I felt that same energy, man. Oh, my gosh. Ugh. You can't properly describe it until you're there. And you just feel it. That rush. That winning energy. And just being able to sing Sweet Caroline with everybody in the crowd, you know, the Panthers fans, you know, just seeing the drummer on the street, you know, the metal drummer. I love that guy, man. I used to sit there and just watch him for about 10 minutes, man. Just beating on his little metal drums out in the street. Y'all seen him? Dude, I love that guy, man. You know, if you're one of the people subbed to my channel, man, keep doing what you're doing, brother. I love music. I support all types of music. So keep doing what you're doing, man. You're part of the Panthers experience, you know, when you go to a game. And I just want to thank you for doing what you're doing, man. That dude does not get enough respect. Real talk, he does not. And I just wanted to give him his due, man. You know, that in the drum line, you know, the drum line doesn't get enough respect. You know, everybody sees the drum line and they think, man, whatever. You know, it's a drum line. But to me, man, it's part of the Panthers experience of going to a game, man. When you're going to your first Panthers game and you're a fan for years, it's just, you want to experience everything. You literally want to experience every part of it. And feel it in your heart, man. You know? And it's incredible. It really is. And if you haven't ever gone to a Panthers game yet, man, do yourself a favor. Save up some money and go. For real. If you got the money, go. You won't regret it. I promise you, you will not regret it. It is worth every cent. If you know that is going to be a game that we can win, and I tell you that it's going to be a game that we can win, and you got the money and it won't break the bank for you, you got that type of spending money, I'm telling you, go for it. If you're on the fence, go for it. Leap. because it's so worth it, dude. It's so worth it. Everybody I've taken to a game has agreed with that sentiment right there, and would also not even hesitate to tell you the same thing. Speaking of which, let me see if these are the servers still down? The servers are back up. $110, ladies and gentlemen. $110. If you just get one ticket. Let's see. My God. 140. 140. Oh, Lord, man. $140. Y'all think I'm joking, man, until you see this stuff for yourself. Look at this. This is real. This is what inflation is in the Panthers. You know, this ticket pricing. This is what winning football does. It brings people out when you're trying to sell out a stadium. Alright, so that being said, no seats available. Look at this. My goodness. No seats available right there. That is crazy. Look at this. And I'm trying to tell you, man. $140. That's insane. I want to see how much the Lions game is right now. Just out of curiosity, what are we looking at? Alright, $45. Here's the one I want people to start selling out. This Lions game is going to be a big, big game. And if we can start going to making this happen with the Lions game, just get as many people in there as possible, you know, that can go or want to go. You know, I'm not forcing you all to go. I'm just saying, you know, if you want to go, we need as many of these people out there as we can get, you know, against the Detroit Lions. Because this is a big, big game. This determines seeding. This determines controlling our own destiny and winning the division outright. And sending an absolute statement to the entire NFL that, yes, we can beat a major team, a playoff contender, and we can win. You know, we can go on a run. You know, we're not just here for show and tell, you know, one and done. We can actually go further. So, I want people to come to this Lions game, bro. I want y'all to come to this Lions game. Yeah, the Steelers game is important too. But I want y'all to come to the Lions game. That's the one I'm pushing. Because if we can get enough Panthers fans in those seats and start making some noise during that game, we can make a huge impact and maybe cause some false starts on that offensive line of the Detroit Lions. You never know. We could actually have an impact. We could cause them to use a timeout. You know, you don't know. Crowd influence is such a huge thing in sports, man. It really, really is. People misunderstand it, and they don't understand, you know, the impact they can have. You know, if they really all band together and they just make noise at the right times. You know, and my section did our part during the Atlanta game. My section absolutely did our part. We were loud. You could hear us throughout the entire stadium. We were loud. And shout out to everybody that was in our section, man. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all some real ones. I loved y'all. We get that kind of action going on throughout the entire stadium, man. Bo is going to be rocking in the next week or two here, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. It's the last 2 home games. We got to make them count. You know what I mean? $45. If you can come out to this Detroit game, come out. For real. I'm getting ahead of the game. I'm giving y'all a week's notice. A week's notice. Whatever y'all doing to try to save up money, I'm trying to tell y'all exactly how much those prices are per ticket. Go get you one. About midweek. Because about midweek, these prices are going to go up towards the weekend. So, get your hands on one. You know, if you want seats around, say, this level here, you know, you're going to be looking at 160 something bucks, roughly. And if you want lower bowl, you know, these down here, it's going to cost you some extra money, man. But yeah, if y'all want to come out to these games, man, it doesn't matter where you sit at. It really doesn't. Because the entire stadium rocks. When we're loud everywhere in that stadium. So, yeah, show your support against Detroit. We're going to make that happen. Alright, guys, it is the 3.5 hour mark. I'm going to have to call it because I've got stuff to do for the game tomorrow. So, shout out to everybody that's been in chat. I appreciate y'all. Andy Bailey. We got Tyler Hales on Facebook. We got Lock Poppy, the moderator. We got Python Knight. We got The Real Zero Chill. And we got my man, David, who was on Zoom chat earlier, which you should be seeing a lot more of here soon, hopefully. Stay tuned for that. We're going to make that happen. When, I don't know. We're going to be scheduling it, though. But, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun doing all this stuff with y'all. And Hopefully we get that win tomorrow. Be wary, man. Be wary. That Pittsburgh defense can hurt you if you are not prepared for it. Be wary. So I need y'all to come out swinging during this Pittsburgh game. Y'all know what to do. Alright. Y'all know what we primed to do, baby. We primed to break out. We primed to win. That's exactly what we're about to do. Man, y'all know what time it is. Hey, shout out to all y'all. Man, stay happy, healthy, and well. Love all y'all. It's a family up in here, man. Appreciate it. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And we'll see y'all next time, man. Y'all already know what it is. Keep pounding, baby. Keep pounding.